Did I just hear a floppy?
All right, let's
Hey, we're on Twitch.
Okay, I'm waiting for YouTube.
My
Yeah,
phone
YouTube will
buzzed.
catch up.
Here we go.
At CoCoTALK, we'd like to thank the patrons who sponsor our show, so our heartfelt gratitude goes out to Al Hartman, Alan Huffman, Alan Murphy, Amigos Retro Gaming, Blair Ledoux, Brendan Donahue, Brian Wieseler, D. Bruce Moore, Davey Mitchell, Diego, Patrick Randolph of Dinty's Hideaway, Eric Canales, Graham Vedke, Glenn Hewlett, Grant Leedy, Henry Strickland, Jason Dowds, Jenna Farron, Ken Riker, Kyle Etter, Malfunct, Michael Pitsley, Rick Ulland, Paul Fiscarelli, Paul Shoemaker, Paul Thayer, Rob Inman, Stephen Wagner, Steve Batson, Terry Steen, Terry Steggy, The Backyard Shed Gang, Tom C., Tom S., Tim Lindner, and Tony C. Thank you ever so much, patrons. CoCoTALK is an unscripted live broadcast. Anything can and will happen. The views and opinions expressed by members of the panel and the live audience are their own and not necessarily those of the CoCoTALK show, its sponsors, affiliates, or subsidiaries. Open minds encouraged, sense of humor recommended. If any off-color comments were made...
Hi, this is Dale Lear, designer of TRS-80 Color Baseball, and you're listening to CoCoTALK.
This is CoCoTALK, the world's leading live talk show featuring the Tandy Color computer. It's time to drop your socks, grab your real-time clocks, and let's rock.
CoCoTALK is rocking the 8-bit world, keeping the Tandy flame alive. We may be mocked, but we'll never stop, cause CoCoTALK is rocking the 8-bit world.
Good afternoon, Coco Nuts. We are here, episode 201. We're so excited. We're at, like David Ladd, at a floppy convention. We are ready to go on the next 200 episodes of CoCoTALK.
CoCoTALK is rocking the 8-bit world, keeping the Tandy flame alive. We may be mocked, but we'll never stop, cause CoCoTALK is rocking the 8-bit world.
Welcome, 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 CoCoTALK panel. I'm seeing some familiar faces, as well as being happy to be back in the mix. How are you all doing?
Doing well, thank you.
All right.
Doing okay.
Great.
We're good.
Yeah, Mike Furman in the chat is saying Stevie sounds funny today. And yes, Stevie realized after 200 episodes he hadn't used any of his CoCoTALK PTO. So he just took it all at once, and it was a well-deserved vacation. So
all 20 minutes of it.
We also have all sorts of people in the live chat. Daddy Burrito. I don't know what's going on there. Kevin Holloway is in the live chat. Terry Steen, I believe famous from incidents with Rogue Furniture, is out there. Strick, that we met up in VCF West. Coco Man, who's that? Says Rob.
I have no idea. Some schmuck.
Man. And Mikey Mike Furman, 8-Bits in the Basement, Canadian Retro Things, says, hi, everyone. So we'll probably do some panel introductions, see what's going on with everybody. I've been doing stuff with my Raspberry Pi. I've been just busy with life. If you're wondering where I've been, Rob Ianman, and just excited to be back. I didn't defect to Commodore. I wasn't a spy for Commodore like the like the guy in CoCo Forever. So no worries there. On the top left of the Hollywood Squares, we have a hardware expert and extraordinaire. You know him by Sloopy. Sloopy, hang on. How are you doing?
Greetings. Wow, I'm a hardware expert. Yay!
Well, compared to Curtis.
Thank you for setting the bar so low on that one for me, Curtis.
Yeah,
This has more hardware experience than I do. This piece of paper here, so.
Yeah, I was going to say anybody's an expert compared to Curtis.
Hardware ain't my thing.
Great. Well, well, glad to have you here, and we'll certainly let us know if you have any news or acquisitions, so we can make sure we get to that in the later segments of the show. L. Curtis Boyle, you know him, you love him.
The anti-hardware expert.
He knows a little something about operating systems, and
that I do know a little bit about. Yeah.
How are you doing, and how are you feeling after the glow of the episode 200?
Well, it's kind of radioactive glow, I think, is probably the more accurate term here. So, I'm gradually whittling away. No, I'm doing pretty good. We're planning for a 6.1 EOU update. It's just going to be a minor update with additional programs, a few changes and stuff here for April. So about a month and a half from now.
Okay. Well, great. Well, Stevie will probably be out that day. I'll probably.
And Nick Marentes will be just hanging on every word, so it's all good.
You never know. There's always a new trash can with Nick Marentes. But that's not the Nick we want to talk about first. That Nick is way down under. We've got Nick Marotta. You have to say his name thrice. He knows a little something about games.
A little something. I don't know. Maybe not quite as much as Curtis, but he's what I'm aspiring to. So
I feel so sorry for you.
Anyway, Rob, great to have you here hosting. Thank you very much, and it's great to be here.
Great to be here. In the top right, our resident Apple guy, 6502, is a number that means something to him. He's Mark Overlholser.
Hi there, glad to be here.
Well, great to have you. And I think our next guest on the panel is working on some other device, Australian named device that has many switches and toggle switches. What are you working on, Jason Reichert from CoComan.biz?
Hello, Mr. Rob Inman. Oh, I'm always working on something. Usually stuff for other people, but I'm excited. I've got my Diet Dr. Pepper.
That's great. And I know also with us on the panel and also a special guest later in the show is JoAnn Donaldson. Welcome to the panel, and we're glad to have you. Seen you a lot on Facebook.
Yeah, thank you. It's been good to get back acquainted with everybody after so many years.
Great. Well, I know you.
Welcome back.
Welcome back. I know you have some, you're porting a game over. I don't want to spoil your demonstration later in the show, but we're going to be certainly excited to see that. Out here, my neighbor, I can see your backyard, Ron, and you really got to clean up back there. It's just a mess.
But got too many telescopes.
Well, actually, that's your backyard, isn't it? Yeah, I don't have
Yes.
that. That looks a lot better.
So is that really a telescope or is it a Batman signal?
Yes, all of the above.
Well, how are you doing? It's getting to be pool weather in Arizona.
It is soon. Yep, and it's always the weather for a color computer to be fired up and played with.
Yeah, we're getting into pool weather up here in Canada too. Except you have to do polar bear swims. You have to cut a hole in the ice and dive in. So it's similar.
Similar but different. Well, I know we'll be talking to you later, Ron, as well, as you have a few acquisitions to talk about. But Mr. Acquisitions is here next on the panel. Brian Wieseler is here, and he may have been on eBay recently. Brian?
eBay. What's that? I need to check into that. Is that something new?
Oh, that's right. Sorry, you were on Yahoo Auctions.
Yahoo Auctions. There you go. Hi, Ron. Welcome all.
Great. Well, a guy who stands by and makes sure, well, when he's not eating, he is standing by to always take over the stream and help us out with technical problems. He's got a really nice cat. Where's your cat, Mark B?
Right there in the bed with his mouth closed.
All right.
Sleeping.
That's better than last time. His mouth was open for a different purpose. So.
Yeah.
As noted in
She saw the show has started.
Yeah, I'm surprised we just don't have a massive panel reaction like that every time too. So.
As mentioned in the recap that Brian Joyce did, remember?
Yeah.
A day that will live in infamy. Anyway, continue on, Rob.
Great. Sorry. Well, Mark, I don't know if you plan to show off your radio or anything like that that you were talking about me yesterday, but we'll loop back with you if you decide to do that.
Yeah, it's just something I dug out of the garage. It's been sitting there a while, so I dug it up. So I put it on display.
All right. Well, you should go digging in Ron's garage because you get a lot more stuff over there. Speaking of hardware and software and technical knowledge, we have another esteemed panelist, Rick. The guy behind you, Rick.
Howdy, folks. Hey, before last week's show, we had gained over a foot of snow. Before this week's snow, we'd lost it all again. So, doing great.
I'm jealous. We haven't lost much of ours at all. A little bit, but not much.
Oh, we lost all of ours here in Dallas.
They've only got a foot left.
Well, that's good. Hopefully everyone who has been Texas is making it out of that weather situation.
Yeah, it was the first time I think we ever got down to 3 degrees Fahrenheit at night. That was a record.
Did you lose power?
No, I happened to live like 3 blocks from a fire station, so I was inside of their grid.
Okay.
You got lucky then, because we have quite a few people got hit without the 8-bit guy, Richard Lobieski, and others. They had damage to the house and stuff from water breaks and stuff too. So
right.
thoughts and prayers out to everybody that survived that, and hopefully, is there still some parts of Texas that don't have clean drinking water yet? Is there still some?
That is
water?
true. There's a boil water notice on many areas still.
Yeah. So hopefully that gets resolved soon.
Yeah, there's a city right next to us called Mesquite, Texas, and they're still under boil water conditions. So hopefully they'll get out of there. And Jason, I love your cat.
Rocky.
Yeah, Rocky was ready for his close-up.
Well, does Rocky have any acquisitions? Any mice or?
Not that I'm aware of. No.
Come on, I
No,
set you up for some cat humor. And
humor. Yeah.
You let me down.
Oh, I'm sure he's got a new one of those squeaky mouse things because he always loses them, so we have to get him new ones. I don't know where he puts them.
Well, you might see other Coco cats here throughout the show, everybody. But I was looking at Facebook the last night, and I saw Brian Schubring had a dream, and maybe he'll tell us about that dream today. But Brian, we're excited about to hearing more, and welcome back to the show.
This is the voice from the dark side of the Coco. How is everybody doing?
By dream, we meant nightmare.
He just can't resist, can he?
Let's go to Oz.
How's everybody doing?
I think that means you took too much.
Maybe, yeah. Yeah, no, I'm here. Happy to be here. Hello, everybody, and yeah, we'll see what's going on. It was just a thought that I had about, kind of like an I/O board to stack a different packs in and just do some readdressing. It was just a thought, But like I said, it was a dream. I don't know what my brain came up with, but it came up with that.
Okay. It's a thought that counts. And, you know, many people have had famous dreams. So we'll want to hear yours. We talked to Mark, but people are switching around on the panel on the Hollywood Squares, but we talked to Mark Bosley, and we also have a guy here who's porting a game and doing all sorts of stuff for us on Discord. He's got a first initial like others on the panel, which denotes his power and his superiority over others. He is R. Alan Murphy.
Greetings, CoCoverse. More Coco.
Not their Alan Murphy. Our
No,
Alan Murphy.
that's exactly right. He's no one
just
else's.
And Alan Murphy. One of the Allens. Yeah.
Well, at least your last name doesn't start with an H.
Well, we can't get around it. We're gonna have to mention him. He's here. We suffer through. He complains a lot, but he makes great games. And so his name's Nick Marentes, and he mostly just complains about OS9.
Is that my cue to wake up?
Crikey.
Good day, everyone. That's it.
That's it.
No complaints?
And
No.
scene.
He waits for the show to start first.
Oh, okay.
Nick
Can we go
Marentes
back
is-
to sleep now?
You're a man of few words, but of many CoCo games.
Exit stage left.
That's right. And last, but not last, and certainly not least,
Oh, let me sit down.
I will quickly introduce David Ladd, because Coco Man doesn't like when I do my long David Ladd intros.
Oh, I don't?
No, I don't think you do.
I think he enjoys it way too much.
This is the last. I'm always the last to find out.
A man who? No, David, are you there and are you excited?
Why, hello, everyone. Is everybody ready for today's train wreck? I know everybody's excited for everything to go off the rails. Let's wait and see. Have a great day.
Inspiring words.
That was
David.
rather subdued for you, David.
Yes. James Diffendaffer, I haven't been on the show in a while, but I don't know if we haven't seen you in a while. But what are you up to, and do you have anything to share today?
Oh, what am I up to? I'm just here to see if L. Curtis Boyle's voice holds out through the entire extended news segment, because we
won't.
didn't have one last week.
I'll be cracking puberty at some point during the broadcast. I'm sure.
Well, what is it, like a Benjamin Button thing where we're going back in time on the news?
Well, the retro
great.
shows, of course.
Second pass.
Well, I think we're gonna we want to go and talk about a game. Do we want a break or do we not want a break, Nick Marotta?
It's only been 20 minutes. I would
Yeah,
say
I
go
wouldn't-
into Gimes and go into the game channel.
All right. Well, why don't I just quickly say again, just say who else is chatting here, and then we'll go right into the game on information from last week. James Jones says, glad to be here. Allison, ours, talking about, I guess, temperatures going down in Wisconsin. Daddy Burrito mentioning the Coco Cat from Rainbow. And Mikey talking about Brian, turning that to keep that RF away from your Coco next time. The list goes on and on. Ken is, I guess, impatient. I don't know what's going on, Ken. Skip Gimes and say we did. All right. Well, I know Ken's not.
Was that Ron who said
Are we
that?
voting? Are we voting?
I think we know how Ron Delvaux is going to vote. Ken is not a fan of Samuel Gimes, as we know. But we are. So we're going to hear a little bit from Samuel Gimes on the game of the week. and then we'll go into high score challenge, right, Nick?
Correct.
All right.
Straight in.
Are you ready? Here we go.
Actually, we can. Yeah.
What?
Go ahead.
You sure?
Yep. Go ahead. I'm ready.
Okay. Here we go.
Who are you calling a go ahead?
CoCo thoughts.
And now, CoCo Thoughts by Samuel
He really did
Gimes.
phone it in.
So, why can't the frog swim?
High Score Challenge with Nick Marotta.
All right, and welcome to another week of results. This week we played Froggy with 26 scores submitted. David Ladd, 10. Mark B, 2,700. R. Ellen Murphy, 3,290. CoCo Discord user, 4,980. Karina, 5,270. Henry Nonick, 6,660. Kaylin, 7,080. Louis, 9,890. Gerrie M, 10,260. Just Mike, 12,510. Nathan, 14,440. 8-Bits in the Basement, 14,670. AC's 8-Bit Zone, 15,390. Boat of Car, 15,600. Mr. Dave, 15,650. Tom C, 19,480. David Quaker, 20,710. JWSE 30, 23,450. Paul Shoemaker, 24,980. Jim Rye, 27,320. Me, 30,550. Frodo NL, 38,380. Canadian Retro Things, 38,990. Tasman, 59,170. Kieran, 87,800. And the number one score this week belongs to Buck Owens with 100,000 even. Nice score. Thank you to all this week's participants and for all the scores submitted.
CoCoTALK salutes Buck Owens.
Nice.
Samuel Gimes and David Ladd phoned it in this week.
I was going to ask, so before Nick gets into the discussion of the game here, Ron Delvaux, was that your favorite Gimes episode in the last few months?
To tell you the truth, I didn't even see it. So
He must have blinked.
I was busy doing something or other. I looked up and it was gone, and then you said it was short.
Yep.
So,
I have to ask, Nick, could you repeat again? I didn't quite catch it. What was David Ladd's score?
10.
Thank you.
You know, I figure minimal effort on playing, get to minimal effort on reporting the score. So, all right. So, let me try and. So there's the scores from which are very reasonable because Buck Owens beat it. So those are that's definitely a gettable score. So here's the review from Rainbow, which, oh, they said the graphic, I didn't read it yet, but I just noticed the graphics and sound effects are good, but not, anyway, kind of a,
Yeah, they gave you a good review. I mean, and I have to agree, like the graphics, the sound effects aren't too bad, but the graphics aren't the best out of the CoCo's
Really? I
Frogger
thought-
clones.
Oh, I thought they were, but anyway, maybe not. I don't know. I didn't see the one that you talked about. We'll talk about a little bit about that later on. But I did go through. I did try a couple different ones, including the officially licensed version, and didn't really care for it as much as Froggy. So
Yeah, I have to agree with you on that one.
So anyway, here's some gameplay from Canadian Retro Things. Thank you for submitting this. And so yeah, this is Frogger, as which most people are familiar with. I consider Frogger to be one of the top tier games that people think of when they think of 80s video games. You know, Pac-Man, Donkey Kong, Frogger. I think those are like among the upper echelons of games from the 80s. this was a game that was, I believe it was designed that women would like to play it as well, because it's not violent and that sort of thing. That's right.
I know getting hit by a car is pretty violent, or eaten by a crocodile.
Did this version have any music? Because there's another version that has a real catchy song.
It has the typical CoCo organ sounding music. It plays the intro, but there's no music during the gameplay like in the arcade. I don't know if any of the CoCo versions have music actually during the.
No, Frogger, the official one, does it when you die, and it's just doing the death song bit. It tries to, but you can see how jerky the graphics get.
Now, the thing that's very disappointing about this version in particular is it did support the speech sound pack, but only lame speech, saying, play one or two
just about everybody that
players.
wrote for that card took the lazy way out and just did the speech stuff, which was horrible, and then didn't use the actual multi-music. They could have had the theme songs playing in the background.
Oh, absolutely. This game was crying out for that. I mean, they could have made it even more like the arcade and had the music playing while you were bopping around. So unlike the arcade, this one had a bit of a scoring thing you could take advantage of. And I will show Buck Owens also submitted several gameplays this week. He scored 100,000. And one of the ways he did it was, unlike in the arcade version, you got points for jumping only the first time you got ascended. So if you jump forward, if you jump forward, you get the 10 points. If you jump back and forward, you wouldn't get the 10 points. So every time you jump forward, you got 10 points. Whereas this version, as you see Buck Owens demonstrating, you got 10 points every time you jumped. So the technique that people started using to bump up their score was to jump around like mad for a while before you went home. And I discovered this technique as well early on in the week. I didn't do it quite as much as Buck Owens is doing, because I would inevitably end up jumping back into the traffic or into the water and killing myself. And yes, Buck Owens does have the colors backwards. But that's
I was just going to mention that myself.
It looks more like he's jumping in lava, and that's all right. Maybe.
Now that makes more sense, actually, because a frog can swim. Water should not be a problem for a frog. Lava, on the other hand, that is bad.
Yeah, maybe Buck Owens has it right after all.
Yeah,
so
be onto something.
So that's how Buck Owens got his, a strategy used to get his 100,000, and there's nothing wrong with that. I mean, the game allows it. It's not cheating. It's not cheap. You're not.
But your trade-off is you lose bonus.
Yeah, but I think the points you get for this is much higher. So.
I do want to make a couple mentions from the chat here. Frodo did a stream this morning where he was doing the official ports of Frogger for 26 different versions for consoles and games, which included the CoCo official version. And he even said too, like, he played Froggy as part of the challenge, and he much prefers Froggy over the official version by the Cornsoft group. And then speaking of having background music in games, Ken Reichert says, before the CoCo 3, which of course had then a programmable timer to make music a lot easier to do in the background, only two games I remember having music was Grabber and Crazy Painter. And I think there might have been a third, but those two, yeah, those are two of the few.
Yeah. But I mean, with the speech sound pack, they could have. I mean,
Well,
I remember
Pitfall 2 did. That was one that did speech sound pack, did it properly. But
I mean, I bought the speech sound pack not for the speech, but I wanted it I figured games were going to start having good music in them. And I was a little
or sound
disappointed.
effects. But very few did. I mean, like Pitfall 2 did the music in the background. Interbank Incident actually used some of the sound effects for doing like waves and stuff like that. But it was very underutilized. Everybody used it for speech. I think it's because it's the easiest to program. But it's disappointing.
F-16 Assault used it also.
Oh, right. Yeah, for sound effects for shots and stuff. Yeah, explosions.
So as I mentioned, I did try a couple different versions, but Curtis, you and I were talking before the show. You mentioned a version by Tom Mix that I did not run across. And what were your impressions of the Tom Mix version?
Well, first of all, Frogger's like Pac-Man. There's probably, if you go through them all and the derivatives, there's at least a dozen versions of Frogger for the CoCo. Now you can get stuff like Rail Runner, which is in semi-graphics, and it's the basic game theme, but it's you're rescuing hobos running across train tracks to go to sleep or something. I can't remember the exact specifics.
Oh, that's the Pegasus of the Frogger clones.
Yeah. And there was like Frog Trek, and there was the Hot Cocoa Frogger clone, and then the Rainbow Roach from Rainbow is kind of Frogger in certain levels and stuff. So it's there's a lot of them, but basically, go ahead.
Dinner at CoCo Fest.
Yeah, Stevie did the live version, kind of like they did in Seinfeld. But yeah, for me personally, I think the best balanced version is the one you picked, Froggy. Good gameplay, good controls, does have some of the musical interludes, not while playing, obviously. And the gameplay is very close to the arcade in general. For me, the best graphically would have been The Frog by Tom Mix, because he actually took the graphics beyond the arcade in some ways. Like the logs don't just scroll across like the arcade or this version does. They actually roll in the water as they're going across. And the cars have animated windshield wiper blades and exhaust pipes spewing out exhaust.
Oh, wow.
It's got very nice graphics. Unfortunately, the sound is basically the play command from BASIC. Like it's not even organ music. It's just straight one tone, 60 hertz type thing. And the keyboard controls, because of the way he did the sound and stuff, there's a long delay. You hit a key and sometimes it feels like a second to half a second that it waits before it jumps. So the controls are terrible to use as well. So it's got great graphics, sucks on gameplay, sucks on sound. If you combine the graphics from that with this and kept the sound effects and kept the gameplay from this version, I think you'd have a really good clone.
So you mentioned the Hot Cocoa version. That was Croker, right?
Yes.
So the cool thing about Croker was that Hot Cocoa actually ran a 6-part series on how to create an assembly language game, and Croker was the demo. So if you typed in the listing, which I started to but couldn't finish because I couldn't find one of the issues, but which back then we didn't have the internet and you couldn't just like easily acquire it. But if you typed in all 6 of the listings, you'd end up with a machine language game and learn how to code assembler language. So that's something I've been
there's a
meaning to
few.
go back
Hot
and
Cocoa
read.
did Space Hawk like that too, I believe. Rainbow did a couple like that, like Little Runner and stuff. So the magazines did make machine language games, and of course, that's a lot of typing. So most people just bought it on disc or tape.
Yeah.
And we had some derivatives too, where people who didn't know how to program assembly language really well kind of took some shortcuts, like Frog Truck. I don't know if you've seen that one by, what is it, Oil Rich?
Was that the one that goes vertical?
It goes vertical, yes. That's one thing different. The other thing was he couldn't get the scrolling running fast enough on all the tracks on the road and all the tracks on the water. So he actually only animates like the ones within like 4 or 5 spaces of your frog. So everything's not moving at all. And then you run across and then more and more cars start moving. Then the logs start moving. And then as you get onto the logs, the cars stop moving because it couldn't keep the animation going all the way across.
Yes.
It was a nice attempt.
One thing I noticed about the, I only played the official version for like a minute before I decided I didn't really care for it. First off, I thought the P-Mode 3 graphics would have suited it, but I found the graphics were a little clunky in that one. And then I think the snake appeared right away on the first level, so it might have been actually harder than the arcade version. So, because this one, the snake doesn't appear until level 3 or 4, as far as I remember.
Yeah, the one that goes across the middle. I think the first level you just have logs. Second level you start getting the crocodiles. Is that how it goes? Can't remember.
Yeah. And then you get those little badgers that apparently get real.
Otters or
real
whatever they're called.
Otters, and maybe they're otters. Yeah, they get really annoying apparently as you get up in levels. And I heard reading the comments in Discord. Apparently, level 7, the difficulty is quite hard, and then it kind of eases back a bit.
Yeah, I think Buck had mentioned, Steve, he'd mentioned that the timer, like you start getting so many otters and stuff that the timer becomes an issue for you to complete the level because you have to wait until you get an opportune, set of things to jump across in the water area. And sometimes you're waiting quite a while from the sounds of it.
So I guess the otters, they when you're sitting on a log, if it comes up behind that log, it knocks you off. I guess is what they do.
Yeah, no, he's gotten way further in the game than I ever have. So
yeah,
any questions, refer to him.
For some reason, Buck always decided to stop at 100,000. He was like, 100,000, drop the mic. So he just kind of let himself die at 100,000. I guess he proved.
Yeah, I beat all the rainbow scores from back in the day. I'm good.
There's the little otter guy. So, and somebody asked if that frog was a female, and I always assumed it was. I assumed you were bringing her back to your pad, for.
Well, I think it depends on the player, right? They're generic enough; it doesn't really matter. So if you're a female, you're catching the male or whatever.
Yeah, absolutely. Oh, thank you. I didn't mean to be sexist there. You're right. Well, as I mentioned, this
or it could be a
Frogger
prince. Maybe you take him back, and then later on in some cutscene, it changes back to a prince. I don't know.
Maybe.
One thing I have to find is this Buck's video here.
Yes.
I did want to mention that the full page ad that Spectral did for Froggy, they only ran one issue, if I remember correctly. Like it wasn't one that they really hyped up all that much, and then they just put it on the generic ads they had with multiple games on the same page. But every once in a while they did these full page ads. Lancer was one they did for multiple months.
Is that the ad that he's showing on his
Yeah,
feed? Is that
that's the official Spectral ad for Froggy itself. But I think it only appeared in one issue as a full page ad, and after that, it was relegated to the generic "here's 15 games from Spectral" type thing.
Oh, that's a nice ad.
So I want to point that out because that's pretty rare. If you weren't buying Rainbow or Color Computer Magazine or whatever at that time period, you might have missed even seeing an ad for it.
Surprised he didn't get in a little bit of trouble for the similarities in the name and the gameplay, but I don't know how that worked. Because the King got in trouble.
Yeah, when it was called
King.
Donkey King, and then they renamed it The King.
But so yeah, we had a good turnout this week. This game proved to be pretty popular, and I'm glad to hear that I picked probably the version that we was the better one to pick.
Yep.
So yeah, so congratulations, Buck Owens, and thank you, Buck Owens and CRT, for your gameplay videos. And we ready to talk about next week's game?
Oh yes.
Sure.
All right, so next week's game is
What was
a
that, David
request.
Ladd? What did David Ladd?
Or was that Jason? An Incredible Simulation.
Hashtag fake David Ladd.
That was Jason Ladd.
So next week's game is, or this week's game is a request by Stevie, Sloopy, and oh shoot, I can't remember.
Is it Color Script Set 2?
It's another Simon, Sloopy, and another. I knew it was another S name. All requested this game, and I thought it was an original, but it turns out it's actually a clone. Do you guys recognize this
Beam
game?
Riders / the Electric Yo-Yo in the arcade.
I never heard of the Electric Yo-Yo, so I was all.
It wasn't a hugely popular arcade game.
So for all intents and purposes, it's an original, but no, it really is a clone.
No, it's a complete clone. Even the setup of all the dots you got to eat, the squares here, is exactly the same between levels in the arcade.
So that is so you control that yellow thing, that yellow orb,
the yo-yo,
and yo-yo. I guess it makes sense. And your goal is to clear these blue dots by running over them. And there's some physics involved. You actually attach to the blue dot and swing across. Otherwise, you're moving very slowly.
Yes.
And you have to avoid the bad guys. And except there's one.
Some of the bad guys you have to run over too. So there's certain things you run over that pause some of the other bad guys, and there's a few different nuances to it.
So you may want to check the manual on this one.
Yeah, or check out the original arcade gameplay if you want to get a good summary of it. There's YouTube videos of Electric Yo-Yo all over the place.
So Beam Rider, that is our game of the week. And thank you to everybody who took part this week.
I will mention to our Dragon friends, any of you that are running on actual PAL, of course, because this is using P mode 3 and not 4, you don't have to worry about the crosshatch black and white crappy lack of, like PAL colors, or lack of NTSC colors on PAL. This will play in full proper color. Excellent. And of course, if you have a CoCo 3, you can tweak the palette settings like we've done on a couple other games in the challenge before. So if you don't like that green background, you can change it to black.
Yeah.
Or whatever.
I always find that kind of fun too, to change the palettes and make it look the way you want it to. So that's a good tip. All right. So thank you, Rob. Thank you, players, and we'll see you next week.
Great. I think before we go, did Nick Marentes have something related to games to talk about?
A little project update. We want to catch Nick here before he falls asleep on the news. So
that's right.
Yeah. Are we doing it in the game news or?
You're gonna be like the precursor to the game news.
Oh, okay.
Yes, we're in a game news segment now.
We're kind of in the game news segment.
I'll have to wake up.
Your lead story.
So, well, I don't have any more game news as far as my current game. I haven't been doing any more work on that. I think what I've done so far is I've designed the levels on that, or the graphic levels, and I've designed some of the other main graphics. So I've been doing all the content. I haven't done any coding as yet. But what I've done is I've jumped over to a sideline project temporarily, which is working on my with Jim Brain, the MP3 cartridge. So one of the functions on the MP3 cartridge was the fact that it had 512K of flash RAM. The idea of the flash RAM is that you can write a game, a 512K CoCo 3 game, say, into the flash ROM. And so that the cartridge acts as a game cartridge that utilizes the MP3 and the onboard 8-bit DACs. So I've written a utility that allows the writing of that flash RAM. So we had a bit of hardware problems, which Jim has sorted out. So I've started writing that utility, and I can probably just share a screenshot just to let people know what it looks like. And I'm going to attempt to share.
Okay.
Okay, is that coming through?
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay, so it's just a little utility which allows you to displays all the CoCo 3's memory blocks, and you basically highlight the blocks that you want to save to the cartridge, which is the blocks that your game uses, and you can pick a location of on the SRAM as well, and write those blocks to the flash RAM, so that when you plug the cartridge in, it'll run the game as a cartridge game, loading it in from that flash RAM on a system that has no disk drive, just a basic CoCo 3 with 512K of RAM, of course. So that's all I've been doing. That's the little utility. Still a few things to do, but slowly we're working on that real audio pack, as we've called it, which is the MP3 cartridge ROM pack environment.
Plus an ORC90.
And it's an ORC90 as well.
Now, one nice thing about this cartridge I should mention, because we've had some other, like the Mega MPIs and stuff that have, ORC90 and stuff, and some other cards have had similar hardware, is that yours actually allows the MP3 and the ORC90 to be mixed together and then actually play out the CoCo speaker, correct?
Well, yes. So
or through the external speakers. Like it's not one or the other like some of the other solutions. This
no, it actually combines it. So essentially you got two sound sources being fed to the CoCo, which is the ORC90 and the MP3. And also the ORC90 is 2 channels, so it allows for stereo as well if you want to use both of the 8-bit DACs of the ORC90. So you can have stereo sound effects being generated by the CoCo, as well as real MP3 tracks playing in the background during gameplay with no delay. So currently I've got Gunstar is working with the MP3 and the stereo ORC90. So eventually when we do release the cartridge, I will probably just bundle that new version of Gunstar in with the cartridge so that you can basically, as a demo to what the cartridge can do. But anyone can then take that cartridge, plug it into a multi-pack and use the cartridge for their own programs that they load from disk, accessing the MP3 or the ORC90 of the cartridge. So the cartridge acts as a sound card. It's not just a game cartridge.
Plus, since there's 512K in there, and like I know most of your games don't even take half that. You technically can put more than one game on there, or more than one program.
I'm designing that utility I just showed, so it will allow multiple programs, or as much as you can fit into 512K, basically. So you can write multiple games in the flash RAM, and then when you plug the cartridge in, it'll boot, and if it senses more than one game on there, it'll bring up a menu and say, okay, which game do you want to play? And it'll load it from the flash RAM and run. So that's what I'm working on at the moment. So this is a sideline project. My main project is that other game, 0 Hour, which I think I showed on the show a couple of weeks ago. But like I normally do, in order to keep motivated, you don't just sort of put all your efforts into the one program for months, because you burn yourself out. So I do a bit on the game, then I go to a side project, and then I return to the game. So it just sort of breaks it up, keeps things exciting, and I end up completing more than one project at a time.
Now, quick question for you, Nick. The ORC90 and the MP3 player, are you planning on supporting both of those in this new game as well, the 0 Hour game?
I'd like to at this stage. I'm writing the game to be a standalone CoCo 3 game with the usual DAC sound effects, and then I may release a MP3 cart specific version. Now, what I'm hoping for is with this utility that I'm writing, anyone who has already bought the MP3 cartridge can erase the flash ROM and reprogram it themselves with this utility. So I could release the game as the MP3 version that people could burn into a MP3 cart that they may have bought before. So you don't have to re-buy the hardware each time for every game, in other words, unless you want to. So yeah,
your Ferrari garage won't care if somebody does.
Well, it's you don't want to keep buying the same hardware over and over. So the idea with this cartridge is it's not just a game cartridge. It is a sound cartridge that people could use for their own products that they load from disk, or if they want, they can burn it onto a onto the flash RAM if that's what they want. But anyway, that's what I've been doing at the moment. Keeps me off the streets.
Nice.
I'm looking forward to it, and the fact that you're letting other people basically add in programs. And like you said, you have a menu that will actually detect if you have multiple games. Means you can make it into a multi-game cartridge that all support the new hardware if it's the right games if you pick. And then and a third-party person can write their own game supporting the hardware and add it in addition to Gunstar on the cartridge themselves, and you can play Gunstar or their own game. So
yeah, and it's machine language games, of course, that you would put in there. So anyone else who wants to even sell games, I guess, on ROM pack could do that as well. Write the game, and with this utility I'm writing, they could have instructions on how to burn it onto a onto one of those flash sound cards, and have it make their own ROM then from that cartridge, or buy the cartridge and put the software on that. It's flexible. You're not tied into just the one product.
Cool. Looking forward to it.
Anyway, that's it. Can I go back to sleep now?
Yes, you may. Thank
Oh,
you.
Go sleep. I got to do it. You might be interested in my demo.
Oh, okay. Far away. Well, you might be interested in putting your game on the cartridge, which I've got no timeline for when it's finished. Like I said, it's a sideline project, so it's not something I'm working flat tack on. I'm using it to...
My game don't have any flashy graphics or anything. I'm sorry.
Oh, well, even so, you could write your game so that it loads off floppy disk as normal, but it can access the sound. So if you want to have background music in your game, or you can actually use it to play sound effects. There's nothing stopping you from putting an actual laser or explosion MP3 file on the cartridge that your program, whether it's machine language or even in BASIC, can't access that sound effect. So from BASIC, you can have full-blown explosions and lasers or whatever, and it's written in BASIC. You don't do anything really fancy.
Yeah, and the MP3 player runs completely in the background too, so it doesn't take any CPU
background.
time from your game.
No, zero CPU time.
Well, mine's a kind of a dungeons D&D game, so yeah, explosions and clashes and swords and stuff would really be nice.
You could have voices in there as well,
Yeah, interactive characters and stuff.
True.
Record your own voice saying things. Put that on the MP3. Oh, well, or yeah, whatever.
Or use Brian Schubring's voice with all the weird effects.
Yeah,
he keeps
exactly.
putting on him when he's on.
You can have Brian Schubring do the voicing for you. Record it, a few samples from him, stick it on the card. And then your basic program will access the MP3s.
Yeah, and you definitely don't want my TV voice that I use on the History Channel. No.
Oh, okay.
for those who don't know, I'm also a contributing cast member for a hit TV show on the History Channel called Ancient Aliens.
Okay. Ah, has that got anything to do with David Ladd? No, just kidding. I'll go back to sleep.
Yes, Ancient Aliens. Check it out. Joanne, why don't we take a break? We'll come back. I know your segment and news is related to Game On, but why don't we just take a short break, and then we'll come back with special guest JoAnn Donaldson.
We will return after these messages.
Here's a hi-fi bargain from your nearby Radio Shack store. Save $100 on our exclusive realistic 77 AM/FM stereo receiver. Only $159.95 during the sale. With audio component features like FM muting, push-button tape monitor, main remote speaker switching, in a genuine walnut veneer case. The ideal control center for your new music system. The sale-priced realistic 77 receiver. Only at Radio Shack, a Tandy company.
Hey, this is Eric, and you're listening to CoCoTALK.
Hey guys, Stevie Stroh, and if you're watching this, chances are you're a fan of the CoCo and hopefully CoCoTALK. Before there was CoCoTALK, there were my gameplay videos on YouTube, and I've got a couple of DVDs with some pretty cool collections. My first DVD was an assortment of videos that were on my YouTube channel with a special introduction, and this was released for my first CoCo Fest I attended as kind of a pickup item you could grab at the show. However, there is more. I released another exclusive content for CoCo Fest 26, and this has 13 videos and over 2 hours of gameplay goodness of things that are not on my YouTube channel. So these are exclusive CoCo gameplay videos and reviews, and a special introduction and an outro from yours truly. And if you're a fan of CoCoTALK, we have the best of CoCoTALK Volume 1 and Volume 2, featuring some videos that were produced by Brian Joyce, who created our 2 best of episodes for us at the end of 2017. But there's also an exclusive, never seen episode of CoCoTALK that we recorded for this video, with a bunch of us getting together talking about how excited we were for the upcoming CoCo Fest that year, and some bonus content as well. So if you're looking for some really cool exclusive CoCo goodies that you can watch at home at any time, you might want to check out a whole bunch of these DVDs, where you can also get t-shirts and coffee mugs at the Retro Swag Shop at 8bit256.com. So swing on by today and grab yourself some cool CoCo gear. From the makers of the Switcheroo, Wallaby Cable, Color Computer 3 Dual RGB Cable. Get yours today at cocoman.biz.
Very scared you, didn't I? Hello there, it's me, Simone, all the way from Melbourne to you, my darling, and congratulations on your talk show, CoCoTALK. Oh my God, that's so exciting. I don't think I'd ever be good at a talk show. I just don't have anything ever to say, ever. Just can never think of things to say. It's just no words ever come out of my mouth. It's just very embarrassing. It's just silence all the time. My darling, I hope you're having a fabulous day. From me to you, bye.
Extended Color Basic, combined with a disc controller, brings you
Disc Extended Color Basic. Direct access to your floppies. Direct access to all of your hardware resources.
Deck B on your color.
And I'm coming back from that because I didn't want a copyright strike on the Tina Turner. So ended the commercial a little bit early there. I wasn't sure about that.
Well, plus NitrOS-9 is better anyway. So
Plus, I was really offended by the commercial itself.
Well, yeah, we know that it was an early out just to avoid the graphic at the end.
Yeah, exactly. I do recall some kind of Tina Turner issue in the past, so better safe than sorry. We are back. Tina Turner is right about one thing. CoCoTALK is simply the best, and we also have the best in special guests. So we will be talking to Joanne Donaldson, and I'm going to actually switch over to, even though it is game related, I'm going to switch back to my main screen because I have a title there. I have Joanne's name up on the screen. How about that? Curtis, do you want to kind of segue into Joanne and her history with the CoCo and go from there?
No, I think she can explain that far better than I could.
There you go. Joanne, what do you want to tell us about your experience with the CoCo and what led you back in the community?
Well, way back, Tandy came out with the Call of Computer 1, and I pretty much, let me get back over here for the camera. It'll see me good. And I got involved in it, looked at it, was working at NASA at the time, doing advanced cardiology research. And as an engineer, I got looking at it and I went, oh, this looks interesting. It's got color and everything. So I bought one. And then Tandy came out with OS9 and it was like, oh, this is neat. So I bought a disc cartridge and a floppy disk, hooked it all up. Fired up OS9 level 1 and found out that it was multitasking, multi-terminal, multi-processing, and it was like, oh my God, this is an engineer's dream. And so I was hooked on the CoCo. I never had a CoCo 2. I went straight from CoCo 1 to CoCo 3 when it came out. And so I got it, and it was like, and then OS9 level 2 came out, and it was like, oh my God, this is even better. And then we got some SWTP computers in at NASA that was running 6809, OS9 level 2. And one of the packages that came with it was the C compiler. So I borrowed a copy. And
distributed backups, I think we call them.
Yeah, and got that running on my Color Computer 3, and it was like, again, oh my God, this is engineer's dream. So I showed this off to some other engineers, and they were totally impressed. And the next thing we knew, we had the NASA Color Computer Club. We probably had 150 members, and every one of them were either engineers or technicians. And we believed in that gray area that if the club bought the software, then everybody could use the software. And we had a huge, I mean, an absolutely huge library of CoCo software. I mean, everything. We was grounds Rainbow and Magazine and what was the other one? CoCo Max or something. There was another popular magazine started with CoCo. Anyway, we were scrounged through all of those
Hot CoCo.
until Hot CoCo. That was it. Hot
Or
CoCo.
Color Computer News, Color Computer Magazine. There's a bunch of them.
Oh yeah, we were scrounged through all of those looking for software that we didn't have in the library, and when we found it, we immediately bought a copy for our library, and so it was great. And then I saw an ad for the MM1. And this was like, oh, okay. Because while the SWTP OS9 level 2 computers that we had were doing great, we bought I can't remember the brand of it, but it was a 68010 processor, and it ran what we call OSK, which was the 16, I guess what do you call it, 16 32-bit OS9.
Yeah, it was OS9/68000, I think was their official name in microware, but yeah.
Anyway, so we had a couple of those in house at NASA, and those were really, really nice. So when I heard about the ML1, I quickly got a hold of, I can't remember the guy who was selling the kits. Yeah, got a hold of him and talked with him, and in fact, the MM1 I bought was one of the first MM1s that he sold with the 8 meg board on it, which was a huge memory at the time. So I got it, and later on upgraded it to MM1B by swapping out the processor with the one that I can't remember the name of the processor. Anyway, but then I kind of semi-retired from NASA and went into government contracts for a while, and moved to Roanoke, Virginia. And when I moved to Roanoke, Virginia, for some reason I decided to not take the CoCo and the MM1 with me. So I made a deal with Dave Kelly, who just passed away here recently. Made a deal with him, and he took possession of my CoCo 3 and the MM1 and all the software I had. And so from that point on, I was pretty much out of the CoCo deal until I ran across VCC 1.0, and it was like, whoa, I can get back playing with CoCo again. And now the new version of VCC is so much improved that it's really got me back hooked into writing CoCo software. So I decided to take, I had way back on the CoCo 3, I had written two basic games, one called Dungeons and the other called Dungeons 2. And the dungeons could be run on a CoCo 1 or CoCo 2, but only Dungeons 3 could run on a CoCo 3. The Dungeons 2 couldn't run on the first two. So I decided that I was going to, when Ease of Use NitrOS-9 came out, I got that all set up on VCC and decided that I'm going to port my old basic game, Dungeons, over to OS9C. And boy, has that been fun trying to relearn the old C and having to put up with the constraints of the memory and everything on a CoCo 3 has been a challenge, but I have worked through a lot of the problems, and I now have the beginnings of the new Dungeons program of running under OS9 level 2 or NitrOS-9 under EOU. And with a lot of help from Curtis and a lot of help from a couple other people on Facebook, I finally got it to the point where I can demo it now. At least part of at least the character generator part. So that's where I'm at right now. So I'm going to try and share my screen.
Okay.
I have the emulator running on. I don't know if I can do that or not. I'll see if I can.
You should
be able to in Zoom. There's a share screen, and then it lets you pick by program window as opposed to the whole screen.
Okay, I'll click share screen. And it says you cannot start screen share while the other participants is sharing.
I stopped. Go ahead. Try it one
try
more
it again.
time.
Okay. All right.
Okay, we see the
There's
screen.
can you see the VCC screen?
Yeah, we see H1 Dungeons as your current directory.
Okay. Here's what the directory looks like. I need to get rid of that dungeons.c.o. That's a really old version. So I need to really get rid of that. But anyway, with help, I decided that I was going to have to break the game up into various modules because I kept running in, if I tried to do it in one C module, I kept running into linker errors. It would say minus 123 unresolved, minus 124 unresolved. And I finally figured out that if your module gets over a certain size, the linker has a problem with it. So I had started breaking it up and everything. So basically you have, I don't know if you can see the cursor, but the arrow.
Yep, we can see your mouse cursor.
Yeah. Character generator, you have dungeons.c and the miscellaneous.c. And I'm compiling everything under a make file, which kind of makes it nice. So I'm going to fire up the game because I've got it all compiled. Boom. So here's what it is right now. On the final version, the very first time that you fire this game up, all you're going to get is press 1 to create a character and Q to exit game. You won't have the 2 and the 2 to enter the game, and there will be a 3 and 4 whatever. Another selection will be to go look at your character sheet, and another one will be save game, load game, etc. But the first time you fire this up, it'll come up with just one, select 1 or select Q. So we're going to create a character. So select 1. And the first thing under Dungeons and Dragons Revision 5, I'm using the Dungeons and Dragons Revision 5 rules for creating a character. So these are the 9 races that you can use. So I'm going to select elf, 2 for elf. And then it clears the screen and comes up and says select your class. And I'm going to go for fighter, since my elf is a very good fighter. And then you collect your background. And I'm going to make him a noble. And then it asks you to enter your name, a maximum of 20 characters. Here's why I had another little problem, because I had to create my own text parser, keyboard parser, and with the help of some people on the EOU channel on Facebook, I got this working. So I'm gonna enter my name. It's gonna be Conan the Nerd. And that brings us up to calculating our stats. And the original game I had wrote, you could retry as many times as you wanted. I decided that was not a good thing to do. So here I've got it set that you can only retry 3 times. So I really don't like that. So I'll hit R for retry. And that's pretty good. What you're seeing is that it shows that you're level 1, shows your 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, your 5 different categories: strength, dexterity, constitution, etc., etc. The next column is your base stats for that. The next column after that, the next column is your bonus. And I guess I need to go back and put, stat here, base, bonus, but those are minor details. Anyway, so here we get strength gets a -3, which kind of puts it at 0. So maybe we ought to try the R again. That's even worse. Well, that's okay. Anyway, so once you get all that, you hit continue, and it comes up with the character stats screen. And it says your race is elf, your class is fighter, your background is noble, your name is Conan the Nerd, you're level 1, and here are your stats. If you, and the way that I'm going to set the game up is that when you hit C to return, it will grab all this data and store it to a file on the floppy disk or hard drive if you're running it on the VCC or whatever, so that it's stored. And then when you hit C, it takes you back to the main screen, and the final version you'll get the other 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 in the quit menu. And so that's it for right now. I mean, that's it's been a huge learning curve to get to this point. So so questions, comments, criticisms, whatever.
Complaints, threats.
Yeah, complaint.
Anything? Curtis, are you aware of the original game?
No, I'd never seen the original game. She's talked about it to me a little bit during the Discord chats and stuff, but I'd not seen the original.
The original, I think, has I put it out, but it may have gotten lost in the ether. I would say both Dungeons and Dungeons 2 both probably got lost in the ether. So somewhere along the line.
Hey, Joanne, I got a question.
I did sell it for a while. I made a few coins. I sold it at CoCo Fest. Made a few coins, but I didn't do any kind of elaborate type advertising or anything.
Joanne, do you have any pictures of the time that you were in the group with NASA?
You don't want to see those pictures.
That would be cool. You see all
that
of them
was
sitting
Ron's a
around with
huge space
Cocos?
nerd, in case you don't know. So
Yeah.
Yeah, that was a different time and a different person, and you don't want to see those pictures. I'm sorry. I had that dilemma with one of the episodes of Ancient Aliens. They wanted to. We were doing an episode on Apollo 17, and they wanted to show me. They wanted to show people a picture from way back then. And we found a picture that I was in, but we didn't point out who in the picture was me because, like I said, I was a different person, completely different person, and they understood. The studio understands that. And so I may see if I can find that particular picture, and I will post it. I will show that picture the next time, and let y'all try to figure out which picture is me, which person in the picture is me. So.
I have a question on the game itself here. Is it a completely text-based game, like the final version of the game, or do you have some graphics in it too? Or
no, it's going to be what I want to do on Dungeons. Now, Dungeons 2, I may try to do some graphics, but with just Dungeons, this is going to be just a straight port from the text basic game to OS9C.
Okay.
This is more. I'm doing this more of it's a combination of learning curve and port combination.
Yeah. Well, I mean, if you've been out of the CoCo for probably close to 20 years, I mean, that's a lot to relearn again, especially like you mentioned before. You kind of got used to modern C, where you can, memory's not a constraint, and then you have to go back to K and R C and try to cram everything in a 64K workspace. So, yeah, it's a bit of a learning curve.
Yeah. When you consider, I'm having to break this up into different modules because I guess I need to talk to Deke about this. But if I make character generator is almost 300 lines of code, C code. And I have found that that's just about the limit that you can put in a particular .C code. It's about 300 lines, because then for some reason RLink gets all squirrely and starts saying, posting -124 unresolved, -123 unresolved. I have no idea that error is. But
yeah, it's not a standard OS9 error, so that must be an internal one to the C compiler itself. But yeah, that would be a Deke/Jeff question to ask, because I couldn't.
Right.
Really
I mean,
guess.
I've come to the conclusion that it's just I'm trying to put too much code in a particular module, and I have to keep it below a certain number of lines, basically. I think otherwise RLink hiccups and has a big problem with it. So
yeah, well, Jeff's just very active in our Discord, and of course he does updates to DCC. He's done a few here. In fact, I think the 6.1 EOU release in April will have some updates from him on there too.
Yeah,
so maybe if you guys can get together and try to figure out some of these issues, we can either document them if they're not fixable, or maybe there's some fix to get around some of this problem.
Yeah, it's like I was talking to Deke on the Discord deal the other day. First time I got to talk to Deke, and mentioned to him that if how would you redirect the output to a local directory, because it seems to be hard-coded to putting your final into /dd/cmds, and he finally told me how to do that, how to redirect it the final into a local, into my local CMDS over here. But he did, and then I also found a couple bugs that he didn't realize were there, and so he took note of those. So, you know, it's been a two-way street.
Yeah. I just want to mention from the chat room here, Frederick Pravancha, who's actually the person who did our new control panel that's in the OU. He mentions, great job so far. I'm also learning how to program in C on the CoCo right now. I'm actually working on a program right now while listening to CoCoTALK. So,
yeah. And it's just getting to be interesting. The one thing that I need to figure out is, let me do this. Okay, you can see the main struct there called character. Okay. I need to figure out how to let the other modules like dungeons.c and miscellaneous.c get access to this struct, because right now the only module that can really see this struct and use it is character generator.c. But I know that as I start fleshing out this the program, that the other modules are going to need to be able to get access to the data in struct character.
now, do you just need the structure in these other modules when you compile, or do you actually need the data in them passed between them modules?
Well, I'm going to need to be able to access the data inside the struct from other modules and pass data back and forth, read data from the strut, and then maybe even update the strut, such as level. You know, as you advance through the game, once you hit a certain number of experience points, then you jump to level 2. Well, I want to be able to update the level in the strut to level 2, but it may be from a different module, not character generator.c.
Yeah, there's probably a couple different ways. I don't want to get too much on technical discussion because that's a bit beyond the scope of this.
Yeah,
this
someone
segment.
suggested about putting this in a .h file and then loading that .h file in every module.
Yeah, which is
But
why I was asking, because that would give you the structure in each one, but that wouldn't pass the data between them automatically. You'd have to pass it as a
that's right.
parameter
It would
or
give you the
a
structure,
pointer,
but
and you have a
you
module
don't
link another module. There's a few different ways to do it, but I'll let the C experts kind of tell you how to do that.
Yeah, so that's going to be a problem I need to solve. But it's coming along. I mean, it's gotten a lot farther, a lot faster than I thought it would. So
Well, that's great. If you do want to come
Yeah,
back when
yeah,
you've,
before
if you want to come back when you've worked out the code, we do have a segment called Core Dump where we could actually go through that. You know, when you've figured out what you want to update in the code. Mikey did have some suggestions in the chat, you know, related to that code, which I don't understand because I don't know C.
How do I get back? How do I get back to the get this back to the other way?
Sure. You want to just stop, click on share screen and then stop sharing? I think you could just do it that way.
Where is that?
Down on the Zoom.
Let me see.
I might be able to. Oh, there you go.
Oh, there we go.
Yep, there you go.
Yeah, I could have.
There you go.
I could have grabbed it back, but you already took care of it. Great. Well, any
there
other
you go.
questions or keep us posted, JoAnn? I hope you'll come back and you know, come on, join the panel whenever you would like to, whether you have updates or not. on the game, but
I plan to, I plan to kind of be semi-regular here, because this is a great place to, bounce ideas and stuff around, and because I don't have all the answers.
And our Discord's really good for that too. We have a lot of expertise in the Discord, so for various languages, for various.
Some of y'all have the answers, and I don't, and so to be able to bounce the questions around and pick some people's brains, that will work. So it's and then as I start to flush things out, then I like to come back and re-demo it and show the newer features and stuff.
It'll be interesting to watch this grow.
Yeah, and then finally when it's pretty much ready to play, then what I plan to do is make a .dsk file and put everything on that .dsk file, and or at least put the program on there, the compiled program and everything, and then you run it you load it as a as /D1 or /D2 and run it from there, or copy it over to your hard drive and run it, and and start playing it and start let me know whether it's oh this don't work, or oh that's this ain't just totally crashed on me and I had to fire copy over backup file to get NitrOS-9 running again or something.
Okay, well, once you got it done, I mean, if you want to, we can even include it in ease of use, because we've been taking quite a few third-party programs that have been developed in recent times, and if the authors want, we can include it on the next releases. So it's just it's already there. There's an icon to launch it from G Shell if you want, and everything else too. So that's an option as well later on.
Yep, that'd be interesting, but it's not nowhere close to prime time yet.
Yeah.
Joanne, are you going to get an actual CoCo 3 in the future?
Oh God, I would love to have one. It's just that I can't afford the prices of a CoCo 3. I mean, they're just too exorbitant right now.
Well, keep an eye out. You never know.
Yeah,
I might get lucky, but yeah, they are there. The prices gone up.
I've been seeing prices like $300 and $400 for CoCo 3, and it's like, damn, that's what they were brand new back in the late 1980s.
Well, you got a CM8 with it for that.
Yeah. I mean, I can buy a super duper Windows 10 computer with an high end i7 for $250. I mean, geez.
Well, what I will do
for a retro computer.
Sure. Yeah. No, it is a very expensive.
But now the thing is that I would, if I did come across a CoCo 3 I can afford, I would probably buy the module that will take the RGB output and eventually convert it into a HDMI output, so that I could feed it into my HDMI switch, and when I want to work on the CoCo, it will use the HDMI monitor instead of the old RGB monitor.
Okay, well, I am emailing you a couple of the C suggestions from the chat so that you have that from Mikey and Henry Gerhardt. So we'll hope to hear more from you on this.
all the help I can get.
Yeah, and you're doing good works, uncovering bugs in the compilers and all sorts of things. So thank you for everything you're doing with this project, and definitely come back. And of course, hope you'll stay. We've got a lot of news to cover, which is why I'm segueing as quickly as I.
I did notice.
Yes.
I didn't. The last time I was up on the EOQ website, I was totally surprised to find my name mentioned in there. I was like, whoa, okay. I mean, I did discover a little bug in one of the .h files and fixed the bug, and it was like, I didn't think it was a big deal, but someone who thought it was gave me a mention. So
I try to give credit to anybody who finds bugs in ease of use, because that's one of Nick Marotta's favorite things to do, is to report bugs of NitrOS-9 to me.
Yeah.
or icons that need redesigning or whatever,
Well, we will take a break, crikey indeed, as I think of the news segment coming up. But buckle up, folks. We've got
be Game On News first, and then followed by the regular news. So.
Oh, we've got Game On News. Okay.
Yep.
Okay. Well, we'll be right back with Game On News. Let's play a proper commercial. None of that Duck B stuff. Here we go.
And now this message.
Hi, it's Chris Boyle, part of the CoCoTALK crew of people.
Hey everybody, this is Bill Noble, co-author of NitrOS-9. You are listening to CoCoTALK Live, the leading live CoCo talk show.
Good day, mates. This is Nick Marotta, author of such color computer titles as Donut Disaster, Rupert Rhymes, and Rockstar Pilot. And I am here today to tell you about the world's most fabulous operating system, OS9. OS9 and its current incarnation NitrOS-9 is the most advanced operating system ever created. And what makes it so good? Ease of use. I find OS9 so incredibly intuitive that I haven't once cracked open the user manual, and yet I've been able to create such incredible games faster than the time it takes to sing Waltzing Matilda. Using OS9, I expect my next game, Funstar, will be done this weekend and distributed exclusively on ROM cartridge. OS9 forever.
Any resemblance to actual events to persons living or dead is purely coincidental.
Hi, this is Max Jackson live from CoCo Fest. And you listen to The Real Gamer, Stevie Show.
We're traveling through a dimension both of sound and ideas. We're at a place where the mind can comprehend and devise a solar radio, a wireless transmitter, measure time and light. 65 electronic projects brought to reality with this science fair kit. Astonishing? Perhaps. But you can find it for Christmas for $17.95 in a place that's known as Radio Shack.
Radios, stereos, recorders, everything in sound. A whole new approach. Faster than ever. A window to a world of possibilities. Clear your expectations. Clear your hesitation. Just hit clear.
Download EOU today at lcurtisboyle.com.
Hi, this is Sean Wheatley, and you're listening to CoCoTALK with the original gamer, Stevie.
from around the world. What you need to know. Get caught up on News with L. Curtis Boyle.
And now a Muppet News Flash.
Curtis Boyle, the floor is yours.
Yep, just waiting for the sharing to stop so I can.
Oh, it is off.
Okay, so this is a catch-up week because we had our 200th episode last week, so there's a bit more news than normal. So I'm going to try to go through it fairly quickly here. Well, given how many stories there are anyway. So we're going to do Game On news first because we just came out of the Game On segment. So this will be a couple weeks catch up on Game On news. So first up, we got a bunch of stuff from Jim Gerrie. So he's been posting a bunch of things that we mentioned a couple weeks ago. He's been making entries for the 10-liner basic programming contest. And of course, he does his normal stuff. He's been fiddling around with the compiler as well. We're also trying to organize a group interview with Jim and some of the other people that have been kind of pushing the MC10 boundaries, both hardware and software-wise, to have a special MC10 episode of CoCoTALK in the future. Jim's verified that he will be able to do it. So now we're just waiting for the answers from some of the other people involved, and like Greg Dion and Darren Atkinson, et cetera, and to see if we can get everybody's schedules to sync up to do a special episode. We'll try to make an announcement, a few weeks ahead of time so everybody knows that's coming up. So it'll be a catch-up plus maybe future plans, et cetera, as well. So the first one I've got here is Flooded, which is written by Darren Atkinson, of course, who designed the CoCo SDC and the MCX32 and some of the other hardware for the MC10 as well. So this is a version of Flooded. Now you've seen the CoCo cartridge of it before. So this is a version that he did. It is a mixture of 68803, a semi-language, and a basic. So it runs at a pretty decent clip. So Jim put up a video of that particular version here. And it's fill in the colors and try to solve it in just a minimum number of moves type thing. And then kind of along the same lines, he actually did Coloroid. Now this is one that Jim did in pure basic, and it was quite a bit slower. And he actually to get the speed of the game up, he actually shrunk the play field down to get it to run at a quicker pace. And this is one where he's done it compiled now, using that new compiler by Greg Dion. So it's still not as fast as the assembly language version that Darren did, but it's definitely a lot faster than it was, probably 2 to 3 times faster, so you can actually play. And it actually, as you go through levels, the maze will expand to different sizes, et cetera, as you're playing. But written purely in BASIC and then compiled. So yet another, proof that the compiler's coming along pretty well now. I think Jim's probably got about half a dozen games, or maybe even a dozen by now, that have been converted over or recompiled with the compiler from BASIC. This is Alpha Force, which we just demoed. It's a fairly recent game. It's kind of a clone of Targ from the arcade, if you guys remember Targ. And this is the compiled version of that. So this is running about, 2 to 3 times faster than the original version as well. If you guys remember from a few weeks back when we demoed the basic version, it was a fair bit slower. This is one actually got one of the biggest boosts. And of course, he does all the color changes and everything else as he goes through too. So. And all of these are available for download at Jim's site. He's actually got a section in his site now devoted to compiled games. And as as the compiler gets built up and can handle the different situations that Jim puts his basic programs through, you'll see more and more of these compiled versions coming out. So if there's some old games you've tried in the MC10, you like the game concept, but maybe it's just running a little bit too slow and you didn't want to play it for that reason, that problem will be solved soon. And then this is his basic 10-liner entry for these past few weeks called Asteroid Field. And he actually has a listing here. You can see it goes up to line 10. So basically you have to steer your moving dot through the asteroid field without hitting anything from the bottom to the top. So a simple game, but 10 lines of basic code, and he's not doing one of the pack everything onto a line 256 characters long that is part of the competition depending what level you want to do it at. He's doing one of the ones 80 characters and less per line. So it's a small program that does the game. Next up, this actually came out before last episode, but of course we had the special, so we didn't get a chance to do anything with it. But Jamie Cho has put out a game. It's not done yet, but it's called Space Bandits. It's a Space Invaders type game, but he's using the library that Richard, and I'm not sure I'm pronouncing his last name right here, Gotikin? Dinospryte library. But the Dinospryte library has been out since Nick Marotta, do you remember, is it 2014, somewhere around there? It's been out a while at any rate.
Yeah, I can't remember.
Yeah, and he's done some like the library came with some demos, you know, showing hardware scrolling and multi-voice music in the background, digitized sound effects, sprites that are overlapping each other and going all over the place. It's a very impressive engine, but somebody has to take the time to learn this whole library and how it works, and then write some code to call it. And Jamie, I think, is the first one actually to take him up on this type of thing. So this is a screenshot here, and it's like a 16-color a CoCo 3 game. He's actually got animations on the character, like your spaceship actually like flips a little bit as you're moving left to right. It's not just the static one like the original Space Invaders. So he's actually got the download here. You can get it here. And he's actually made a Mac OS version of the same game using some of the same assets as well. So he's actually recompiled it for that as well. So if you have a Mac, you can try the Mac version. And if you have a CoCo, you can try the CoCo 3 version. And if you have a CoCo 3 emulator like VCC, OVCC, or MAME, you can play it there too. So you have a couple different options for doing it. And then
is that the Curtis?
Yeah.
Curtis, is that the Mac screen or the CoCo screen?
That's the CoCo screen.
Impressive.
Yeah, it is. And now there was a video released a little bit later. Now this is on the Mr. So Frodo, who's in the chat here, can give it a try too if you wanted to. So we'll play a little bit of here so you can kind of get an idea for the gameplay and also the loading screens and stuff, because he actually got a little bit fancy. And it runs off floppy. You don't need a hard drive or anything like that for it. And you've got options for joystick, keyboard controls, RGB or composite monitor. You can do sound internally or the Orchestra 90. I didn't get a chance to try to see if it actually has full stereo sound or not. That middle menu that popped up in the upper left corner, that's part of the Mr. That's not part of the game itself. So that's where that's loading stuff.
Yeah, I thought that the size of the laser beam was an interesting design choice. I wonder why he went with such a long vertical beam there.
You have to ask Jamie. I have no idea.
What are you trying to say about?
Hey, you know what they say about the size of the beam?
Oh,
it just could be because it looks cool. I don't
It
know.
looks cool.
It's very visually striking, and actually, it really comes out. It's not just a little tiny dot or squiggly line.
That's true.
Like the original.
That's true.
But I like the animations he's done. Like the aliens have decent animations, and your ship actually flipping and stuff. That's actually it's probably the most advanced looking CoCo 3 Space Invaders I've seen as far as the graphical presentation, and that's even including Nick Marotta's Space Intruders.
Well, it's faster.
It's kind of hard to see though, but it almost like it's hard to tell if the alien even runs into the laser from its side. That looks like it's almost being destroyed versus just the laser coming up to. Yep. Yeah. It's hard to tell by the gameplay, but
yeah,
almost
the animated
looks like
explosion's actually really nice too. One thing that's always bugged me about a lot of CoCo 3 games is that in the CoCo 1-2 days, we didn't have a lot of RAM for storing graphics for doing animation frames. So basically, a lot of games did 2 positions of a character, maybe 3 or 4 if you're lucky. But there wasn't a lot of smooth animation stuff. And on the CoCo 3 with 512K especially, we have had the room for it, but not very many games have actually taken advantage of that. They still do the fairly simple animations. There was one by a fellow Australian of yours, Nick, that wasn't completed. Millennium, I think it was called, where he actually did take the time, and he was doing a lot of things like rotating. If your ship was steering from left to right, the whole ship would just rotate in space instead of just blinking, facing left, facing right type thing. And that's the type of thing I'd like to see, a bit more done on the CoCo 3, especially now that we've got 2 mega upgrades, because now you got a ton of room to put all kinds of animations in there. So anyway, it's a really cool looking game, good sound effects. He said he's not done. This is listed, I think, as a 0.12 version. So he's not even got it completed to what he wants to do, but this was the first playable version he wanted to release. Anyway, it's a free download.
This is very much arcade quality right now.
Yeah. I mean, there are 2 things that really stick out to me is one, he's doing these really decent animations and stuff, but 2, he's also using the Dynasprite library, which is an existing not public domain, but a free library that you can download that you can interface with your own programs. You don't have to write all the sprite routines. You don't have to write the digitized background sound effects that don't slow the machine down or pause it. Like all that stuff's already done for you. All you have to do is just learn how to call them appropriately and then design the graphics yourself and the gameplay, obviously. So this is the first use of this sprite library that's actually been used besides by the original author. So that's one thing I'm hoping that this encourages people to take a second look at the library, especially if they're learning a semi-language and they don't want to have to write everything from scratch. And then they can actually make some games fairly quickly or not having to learn as much, or not having to take the time to do all the individual sprite routines, etc., sound routines. Oh, it's a really cool project. It's a free download, so go grab it. There's a link to it on Facebook, and I think if anybody's posting links, I don't know if anybody is.
Yeah,
there's a link to the direct download site on there as well on his GitHub. So next up, we have a basic game, and this is by Diego. Now, I kind of showed this before, but he made a new video now because he originally wrote this game in BASIC in 1987, and then he's been redoing it now with some new programming techniques he's learned. It's still pure BASIC. There's no ML in here. So he's redesigned some of the graphics to run a little bit faster, to look a little bit more modernized and better. He's taken some advantages of some basic tricks for painting and stuff. So he has this video that basically it plays the original 1987 version, and then it'll play roughly the same scene on the 2021 version, and switch back and forth between levels and intro screens and stuff to give you kind of an idea of how it's progressed since the original time. So, for example, this is drawing the original, helicopter screen on the original version, and then drawing it a little bit left. And then the next one, it just loads it bang off disk, and it's just like instantly there. The helicopters were being redesigned to look more sleek and modern. But you can really see like the helicopter's moving a fair bit faster than the original version did. And a little less ripply. Also, he's taken advantage. There's a poke you can change the paint pattern to not just be a solid color. So he's actually, using paint patterns here with vertical lines, etc., rather than just the plain colors. So it looks more diverse as well. And I won't play the whole thing. It's a 5-minute video, but it definitely shows some progress that he's made in the last 25 years roughly since the original version. And that's something else. I mean, it's kind of like what JoAnn's doing, revisiting a program they wrote years and years ago, and then bringing it either to a new more modern operating system, or bringing it, just forward in general and adding features, etc. type thing. So it's a project that if I'd written more games back in the day, I might actually consider doing that myself. But I didn't write too many games, so and I don't know if they're really worth the effort.
One of the things I've been finding is that newer techniques of doing things compared to the way we did it in BASIC. New improvements and incorporating those in the port, and that's where to me the fun part's at.
Yeah. No, it's a lot of fun revisiting. I mean, even Nick Marentes, he's kind of revisited some of his older games. Like he did Neutroid, and then he did an update, mainly to get it to run in CoCo 3. But he's even revisited some of his old stuff. And his new project is actually loosely based on some previous projects he's done, though he's making it original as well. So
mashup.
Yeah. And plus, you're using all the new techniques you've learned over the years, like possibly using a decent, real CPU and stuff. So.
I mean, used to convince you, but anyway.
Yeah, right. Next up, this is a new channel I'd not seen before called, and I'm not sure I'm going to massacre the pronunciation of this because I don't know the language that well, but Retro Games Diversos. So this is a thing I've not heard of. Has anybody else heard of the Pocket Go?
I don't think so.
Yeah, I've heard of the Pocket Go before.
Okay, can you give me a bit of background? Like, is this a Japanese thing, or where did this come from?
No, this is straight out of the darkest pits of China. This is one of them. Man, there's the BitBoy, the Pocket Go. These are all kind of Android-based devices that run a variety of emulators. That the quality is actually not bad for the price. But the problem is that if you go on AliExpress or any of these types of sites, you'll find 87 different sellers selling the same model, and you have to find the one that is the best quality. So the quality control varies wildly, but if you're looking to get into the portable gaming market, a device like the Pocket Go is probably the way to go.
Okay. I didn't know too much about the background, but that kind of fits roughly what I knew. I didn't know it was from China either, but it's basically running emulators, as you said, and in this case here, he's got the Dragon emulator running. So he fires up Arkanoid as an example. Now, I don't know if I want to play Arkanoid on this small of a screen. I also don't know how good the control for moving left and right, because the game itself is designed for analog joysticks. I don't know how well that would work, especially with if Arkanoid gets going at a fairly fast clip. I don't know if you can move across the screen fast enough to even catch the ball in later levels. So I don't know if this was the best one to possibly demo for this. It probably would work better with, you know, digital joystick style games like a Pac-Man or something. But actually, I mean, the screen quality looks pretty good, and it's kind of nice. You can carry around a portable CoCo game machine or Dragon. You know, it's something that literally fits in the palm of your hand.
How does it just come with one game, or can you do multiple?
No, you can add your own. He's got 2 on this particular demo. I can't remember which the other one was. He did Androne, I think it was. Androne did, and Arca. Apparently, he's going alphabetically when he decided to do the test. But
yeah, and the way it works is that there's an SD card somewhere in this, and you just pop the SD card out, and there's subdirectories. You just drop your BIOS files and your ROMs or disk images or whatever into the subdirectories, and away you go. This thing currently retails for $40. So I mean, it's quite a bargain if you're looking for, you know, a way to take these games on the go with you.
do you know what kind of like how powerful is the CPU inside? Is it powerful enough to run, say, like, you know, Amiga or CoCo 3 levels software?
Oh, absolutely. I mean, this thing can run all the way up to something like, you know, there are some Dreamcast games that this thing can run.
Okay, so this actually, I mean, like CoCo 3, the only you'd be missing is the keyboard. I mean, good for playing games, maybe not for development or something. But
yeah. And you know, the big thing that can't be undersold is the fact that the screen is just so tiny with something like this. Anything that's, you know, that's small is going to be a strain on the eyes.
Yeah, you want a pretty coarse game, I guess.
Does anybody know what's the size of the screen? I mean, is it?
If I'm looking about here, I'd say about 1 thumb wide by 3/4 thumb tall.
It's a 2.5 inch screen, pretty small.
No, pixel wise.
Oh, that's a good question.
I would assume at least a 640 by 480 to cover some of the.
This is no, it's a 320 by 240.
Oh, okay. So it's the old NTSC res basically.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, they do that on purpose because most of the people are going to be playing, you know, NES emulators and stuff like this on this thing.
Okay.
Okay, or so that puts it closer to CoCo video screen.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, or Atari 8-bit or Commodore 64. Or there's all those are emulated on here too as well. This just happened to demo the Dragon, which is why I picked it.
So theoretically, you could download the CoCo 3 ROMs to it, and it would fire up as a CoCo 3.
Yep, as long as the emulator runs properly on it. Like there's an OVCC, which is an open source version of VCC that probably would run on a fine, I would imagine.
Yeah, if it's using XROAR, it's not going to work with the CoCo 3. But
yeah, that particular one was demoing XROAR, but I mean, you can switch which emulators you have. You're not restricted to just a specific one.
Curtis, send me a link to where these things are at, and I might buy one just to play around with it.
Well, I'll tell you right now, for those people that don't know, on our Discord, we actually have a channel where I post the links for every single news story we do every week.
Yep.
And you can just download the text file. It's got all the links, the descriptions, and everything else. If you want to backtrack through shows to find them, you can get them there too. And it's what's the name of the channel, Rob? Do you know off the top of your head? It's
I will tell you in a second, but definitely JoAnn. It's called News Summaries. News.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, and
I'll go up on Discord and find it.
And that's open for everyone on the Discord. So if anybody, you know, what did he talk about on the show 2 months ago? You can go find it because we actually have the names. The name of the file is dated by the date of the released episode, so you can actually find it, and the episode number, so you can find it fairly quickly.
Yep.
I mean, for $40, I mean, it's, you know, it's something. It's inexpensive enough that you can, you know, play with and check out, and you know, who knows? Maybe even port some games to it. Who knows?
Yep. Well, you were mentioning before, like how expensive CoCo 3 real ones are these days. So this might be a solution for you. Not as a keyboard, of course. So next up, this is a channel I'd not. Oh, go ahead.
No, I'm sorry. You mentioned OVCC, which may run on it because VCC, of course, is Windows only.
Windows only. Yeah, that's why I suggested OVCC because it actually is cross-platform.
Yeah.
And open source.
Sorry.
Okay, so next up, this is a channel I'd not seen on YouTube before, though apparently they have done some Dragon CoCo stuff months ago that I somehow missed at the time. But they just did a batch of Dragon games again. The title of the channel is called LRU's Outrageous Gaming Project. And he tends to do, you know, longer plays. And he actually keeps track of how far he got in the game. Like you see in the titles here, score 11, 10, screen 2. So he kind of explains how far he got. And I mean, most of these we've seen before, so I'm not going to bother playing them, but he's got some stuff that I had not seen very often, like Red Minis, which is kind of a 3D Pac-Man, for example.
What's Fingers?
Fingers? Where are you looking?
Second one.
It's kind of a platformer. I can play a little bit of that one.
Looks all right for a.
Uh-oh.
That's how to die quickly.
I guess you're not supposed to run into the people.
I'll skip forward a bit here to some actual gameplay. Anyway, he seems to be going through a batch of Dragon games, just starting literally this past week. So if he keeps that up, I'll keep updating, and if we see anything interesting we haven't seen before, then we can take a look at them.
All right.
But I like, for example, Star Suit, we showed this probably about half a year ago. It's one of those semi-graphic space shooters that we didn't see much of in North America. And because this is running on an emulator, the screen quality was a lot better than the original version we showed, which was actually off a TV screen. This is one where it does the stars by using the period symbol from the semi-graphics 24 mode.
Oh, yeah.
At decent speed.
Yeah. Now, one thing we've talked about before is that the Dragons seem to use the semi-graphics mode, probably because they didn't have NTSC artifacting like we did, but they used it a lot more than we did. So the innovations in that particular graphic space on the CoCo was definitely more in the UK than it was anywhere else in the world. And it's a pretty cool channel, and he's got some pretty cool games in there, so go check him out. And the last of the Game On news, Guillaume Major, who's of course the person that runs the Color Computer Archive and is also the person that ported the entire AGI Sierra game library to the CoCo, found a new game, one of the homebrews. Now, it's one of those ones that's not complete, but he's ported this one over and it's available for download. I'll also be throwing it on Ease of Use 6.1 when it comes out in April as well. He said this one actually had a lot of promise to it. It looked really good as far as, like, the game has a long intro. I'll just play a little bit in the background here. Maybe I'll cut the sound down a bit. But it looked like a pretty interesting concept. It almost reminds me a bit of like Space 1999 type thing. And of course, he's patched the engine now so you can break out of these sound routines without having to listen to an entire theme. Now, I know that there is some editors for doing AGI-based games on the old AGI engine available for PCs and stuff where you can actually create your own game. Has anybody here on the panel played with that to see if they could write their own game for the CoCo 3?
Hi, everybody.
No, no. Do you want to explain how that's possible? The fact that Sierra Online, actually did port King's Quest 3 and Leisure Suit Larry to the CoCo 3, and that's. I don't know.
Yeah, I mean, they port their engine because they have this main underlying engine that basically means they have a common scripting language that they use for all the various machines. Now they've got newer ones since the version that's on the CoCo 3, which is an earlier version of it. But basically, it had its own assets for layered graphics and sprites and the storyline and everything else. And some people have come up with third-party solutions since that engine is no longer used and hasn't been used for a long, long time, so that you can actually create your own. You can create your own graphics, create your own game type thing. And there's been a few that are on Ease of Use right now that actually, demonstrate what that engine is capable of, that are completely homemade and have nothing to do with Sierra at all except for the engine itself. And this is one of those. Unfortunately, an incomplete one, which there's a few of those. There's a few of the completed ones too we've got on Ease of Use too. So, like I said, I'll be adding this one onto the next version of NitrOS-9 Ease of Use. But I think it's just been interesting for some of the people that are more creative with creating adventure games than I am. If they maybe take a look at like I said, there's some freely available downloadable AGI editors to create these games and create your own 16-color graphics for it, etc. And somebody could actually write a brand new AGI-based CoCo 3 game.
I could see
it'd be kind of interesting to do that.
a Bruce Moore getting into this.
Yes, he's one I was thinking of, or Joanne, because she's doing an adventure style Dungeons and Dragons game too. That might be something to take a look at some point. Anyway,
Yeah, looks interesting. It's something I'll keep it. I definitely will keep in mind for maybe later on. Also, I'm thinking about maybe once I get things working and stuff, maybe moving it over to multi-view and using the graphics there.
Yeah, we've done a lot of optimizations on that in NitrOS-9 Ease of Use. So I mean, it's a lot faster doing that kind of stuff than it used to be.
We, as in I.
Bill's helped with some of that too.
Oh, okay.
It's not just me doing ease of use. So, and now we've got like Jeff's working on the C compiler, and Fred's been doing like the new control panel, and Todd Wallace has done several utilities we've got on there, like for playing OPL3 files and some stuff we'll be getting in the news here soon. Go ahead.
I've done the trash can.
Yeah.
We've moved way beyond the trash can at this point.
That's old news now. What have you done for us lately, Nick, is the question.
Nick, what time is it down under?
Right now it's 7 o'clock. 7 o'clock in the morning. 7 a.m.
Tomorrow,
Sunday.
right?
Yeah.
That's right. Yeah. Living in the future, he is.
That
was the end of the. Good. Yeah. So that was the end of the Game On news segment. So we're just going on to the regular news.
Let's do it.
Go.
Unless you need a break. Do you want a commercial break, Spacer?
I'm fine.
No, that was a pretty quick segment, so I can
we can
jump right in.
Regular news.
Yeah. Now there's a ton of this, so this will take a while. Okay, so first up, we've got Erico posted this, and this is Daniel Campos, and I think he's actually been on the show before. I know he's been occasionally in a chat, and he's fairly active on Facebook. So this is a video showing a rare CoCo 1 clone from Brazil called the LZ Color 64. So he mentions it a bit about here, and then I'll just go on to the video he actually put up. And you can see it actually looks like a CoCo there, except it's got a flat matte paint. It's not like the shiny paint. The keyboard's a little bit different, and he'll show you a little bit of a preview. I won't play the whole video here, but
em uma feirinha aqui do Rio. Venham comigo aí.
If anybody wants to translate, feel free.
Kind of like a CoCo 2.
Now you notice a couple differences. The keyboard has a different keys. The break key's a lot wider, for example. The layout's roughly the same, but there's a few keys labeled differently. The color logo thing is quite different. There's no cartridge slot on the right, so I don't know where the cartridge slot on this thing is from that picture there. So he kind of goes through.
Said it was on the back.
Sorry, what?
I think he said it was on the back when I was reading the article.
Yeah, well, he goes into it and takes it apart, so we'll see there. Let's see, there we go. You also notice that the TV connector is obviously different.
There's support on the back, right underneath the
ribbon cable.
Yeah, the ribbon cable. There's the port.
And you notice there's no RF out. The TV channel. I don't know if is that CCAM or PAL or something. I'm not sure exactly what it is. It's not a connector I'm familiar with.
CCAM was used primarily in Brazil.
And this is Brazil, so that's probably what it is then.
Yeah.
So he actually opens it up too, so you can kind of see the inside. Anyway, it's a pretty interesting bit of history because, like it was mentioned, it was fairly rare in Brazil, apparently, even unto itself. And I'm not sure how many are still around these days. So actually getting a close-up look for it if you're interested in some of the alternative CoCos that have been throughout the history. And of course, Brazil had those really loose rules on copyright. So basically, they could clone anything they wanted to, and it was legal within Brazil. So
it's interesting that all the CPU, all the chips are socketed.
Well, the original CoCo did that too, like the CoCo 1 level machines. It wasn't until later that Tandy got super cheap and decided to eliminate every socket they could. Now, that's a soldering nightmare I wouldn't want to do. Well, okay, I wouldn't want to do any soldering, but I mean, he goes through the motherboard, he goes through the connectors and stuff like that too. It's not in English, so you can try the translation function on YouTube, or we have several people that speak the language in our chat and in our community on Facebook. So if anybody has any questions about it, they can probably refer to them as well. But it's pretty cool to see one of these.
Everything is in English, and the on the motherboard and the chips, everything's in English, so that's not bad.
Yeah, I did notice here, and I don't know if this was stock or if this was somebody fixed it up later, but they're using the Hitachi version of the PIA chip here, not the Motorola one. It's an HD, which is the Hitachi version of the 6821. So that I found kind of interesting, but I don't know if that was maybe somebody just fixed it because Hitachi chips are easier to get than the original Motorola ones. It was a cool video. Check it out. Next up, we had an update from Boise that version 1.2.1 of the DriveWire 4 server for Mac OS X was released. And mainly this was just addressing some issues with the Sparkle updater. So it doesn't have any new functionality per se. It was more of a bug fix release type thing. But if you're running Mac OS server or Mac OS X and you're running the DriveWire server under that, you'll want to get this update to fix that incompatibility.
Yep.
Next, I don't know if Canadian Retro Things is still in the chat there, if he wanted to pipe up with anything here, but he got a newly acquired CoCo 1, which has been a bit modded by the previous owner.
And here is the
You
CoCo
can see by
1
the
in question.
LED
Now,
right off the start, and
it's
the
a
little
bit
switch on the
different than
right-hand side.
Last CoCo 1 I got because, well, first off,
And he is in the chat.
this one has
Oh, good.
definitely.
I'm not going to play the whole thing. I'll
before,
fast forward a little bit just to show you some of the additions here.
as well as a button.
There's a switch and a button installed on the side. So this is definitely a hacker's machine, plus the LED. And then it had some problems running. So he's been attempting to fix it to get it to actually work. And basically, I think from his explanation there's an extra reset switch, so you don't have to reach around the back. The power switch has also been rerouted, so you don't have to reach around the back. And then the power and LED means you can tell at a glance it's turned on. But basically, it was a project to get it running and discover what all these little additions are. We've seen a couple of these handmade projects, from in the past. And I do remember back in the early 80s, like in the 81 through 84 time frame, in our local club anyway, we had lots of these mods. A lot of people did extra switches moving in, inverse video switches, alt to CPU switches, all kinds of things. And that was one thing I think that was a bit more unique to the CoCo than some of the other 8-bits at the time, is that we seemed to get the hardcore hacker crowd, probably because they were sold at Radio Shack, and electronic wizards are the kinds of guys that went to Radio Shack in the first place. So that seemed to be a very common thing.
It was kind of like back when I was at NASA, and our NASA CoCo Club, being made up mostly of engineers and stuff, we figured out how to take EEPROMs, multiple EEPROMs, put them on the board, plug them into the extra socket, and boom, you had extended color basic all of a sudden.
Yeah. And we did that in our club too. Next up, this was kind of a cute one. Erico, who's of course our low-res graphics wizard, he's actually done some stuff with Nick and things too. He's an excellent semi-graphic. So he's done these kind of semi-graphic mock-ups of basically the family, CoCo family. So he's got, as you can see on the top here, he's got the MC10 followed by the Alice below it, and then he's got the CoCo 1, 2, and 3. He's tweaked the colors on the CoCo 2 and 3 because they're basically the same color in real life, and you wanted something to differentiate them more with that low of a res.
I have a complaint. There's no function keys on that CoCo 3.
Well, you should mention that in the comments then and let them know.
two more pixels. Come on.
So anyway, that was a pretty cool way to do it. And apparently he's made other ones for the ZX81, ZX Spectrum, Apple II, MSX, and VIC-20 as well. And then Frederique actually posted this little link here, which is actually boot screens for various machines. You can recognize like the Dragon / CoCo is the one on the middle row on the far left. But you can also recognize just by the color palettes alone, like which one's the VIC-20 and which one is the Commodore 64, et cetera, too. So that's kind of a neat concept to get artwork like that working in such a low resolution, and then still be able to recognize, how unique these machines were to each other, that you can recognize by something as low res as this, which one it's referring to. Whereas nowadays, I mean, I couldn't tell a Dell from an HP by looking at a screen. I wouldn't have the slightest foggiest idea what the difference is.
Well,
they're all
Sinclair kind of stands out.
Yeah. Okay, next up, we got a whole suite of quick little video demos here. So Sheldon McDonald's been busy doing various things over the last few months that we've been covering. And lately he's been doing some work with the CoCo VGA, and he's had some help from Simon Jonasson on this. So he's making a set of library routines specifically for the CoCo VGA. So this is CoCo 1 and 2 with extended graphics modes, etc. So he's got some 3D perspective stuff he's got some tangent functions to do rotations, etc. And then he's got a function library that he added in this week, because these other ones were done the previous week, of doing some custom font stuff using some of these higher modes. So I'll just play them. They're fairly quick. I'll just play little snippets of each. Just kind of rotating around in the 128 by 96 by 16 color mode, I think it is, with the CoCo VGA. And the second little demo, which is actually doing a 3D rotation in space in color. We've got some 3D plotting things like this for the CoCo 1 and 2 that are strictly black and white, but this is the first one I've seen in color. And of course, putting the CoCo VGA multicolor. And this one here, you can actually rotate the square using the joystick, which is kind of neat, as well as rotating just around the axis along the other shapes. So he's got joystick controls on that particular one. And then the last one he just uploaded this week was where he's actually got a font demo working on it now. With custom character sets. And he's planning on releasing these libraries with documentation out so that other programmers can use this. If they want to program stuff for the CoCo VGA specifically without having to do all the coding themselves, kind of like the library we showed with Dynasprite before for the space game, you can use his routines here and some of the utilities he's also making at the same time and actually create your own without having to do any of the programming yourself for that. And probably interface it with BASIC. You can do some of these kinds of effects as well. So I'm looking forward to see where that project goes, because I do have a CoCo VGA and I've done a little bit of stuff with it with NitrOS-9 level 1. And there's a lot of cool stuff in there we haven't tapped yet. Next up after that, we have Aaron Newcomb. Now, Aaron's been pretty active making videos, doing video adaptations for the CoCo and the Dragon to get them working with HDMI and other modern systems. And we've been covering his videos for the last month or two as he's been kind of going through the journey, and he tried a composite mod, he tried a component mod, and he's done various different things here and ended up with a Pi to do the main conversion. And then since he's also a regular guest on Twit, on several of the shows, he's on This Week in Google, he's on FLOSS Weekly, which is the free and, what does it stand for? Free and LibreOffice Open Stand. I can't remember what the exact acronym means, but basically he took an entire segment here to cover what he's been doing lately and mentions the Dragon and CoCo specifically in here as part of it. And I'll just play a little bit at the beginning and then we'll Twit.
I just wanted to talk
about... That's Aaron in the middle in case any of you don't know who that is.
I've been spending a lot of time with this open source and open hardware project lately called RGB to HDMI. So most people know, if you don't know by now, I started, I've been interested in vintage computers for a while, but lately I've really been getting back to my roots, so much so that I started a YouTube channel called Retro Hack Shack, where I work on these systems, bring them back to life.
We're also going to try to see if we can get Aaron actually on the show sometime too. So
one of the projects that I've been doing, I did 4 episodes now about this, is called RGB to HDMI. So one of the issues with older systems is that they, you have the video output, the video technology at that time was either composite. A lot of times it was RF modulators that you had to use to connect it to a TV, right? And the quality of the video is pretty poor. And over time, capacitors degrade. The output can get even worse over time. And so a lot of times, like people will add composite mods or RGB mods to systems. Well, this particular project has taken a Raspberry Pi Zero and then built an additional daughter board, I guess called a hat. If people are still, that's what Raspberry Pi was calling them. I don't know if people are still referring to them that way. But they added on, let me grab one. Actually,
I won't play the whole video, but he kind of goes through what he's been doing, and then he's mentioning the CoCo multiple times specifically, which, I mean, it's not too often we get mentioned on a huge podcast like Twit, so that was kind of cool. Anyway, definitely follow him. Like I said, we're going to try to get him on the show for an interview at some point here too. He's kind of sounds like he's open to it, just that he's pretty busy. with his regular
But
job. Plus, he does multiple other podcasts too. So
that definitely will really put the CoCo back into make it more usable and get people get new people to support it, because if they can hook it up to a HDMI monitor, that's a big game changer.
yeah, and we do have multiple projects that do that. I mean, Jason sells one that does that. CoComan.biz.
CoComan.biz.
And as a side comment, just a quick flashback to why did Tandy do that, or why did Tandy not do that? Should the CoCo 2 have come out with a composite video option?
It did if you were an educational institution. Tandy in the United States did sell composite versions of the CoCo for schools.
And it should have been standard. I mean, the CoCo 2, they didn't add anything to a CoCo 2, but a composite mod would have been good.
Yes.
Anyway.
At least they finally added with the CoCo 3, though it's a little bit off spec, so it's a bit shady.
Okay.
But yeah. But anyway, the entire, like this last episode, or the episode that this appeared in, which is 617 of Floss Weekly, they basically had all three of the hosts talking about home projects they've been doing, instead of going through like recent stuff like they normally do, like, open source projects that are out right now just being developed. They actually went back and kind of did a whole retro episode. So they were going back through their roots. All three of them were, some of them back to like ham radio days and stuff, and how they use modern technology combined with their retro stuff. So that was pretty cool. It's a good episode in general there. But if the two links there's one that's a link just to the specific clip where he's talking about getting the CoCo hooked up. And then there's the link to the general episode as well. And you can get that on twit.tv or on the YouTube link we provided. Okay, so after that, I think this is the Todd Wallace one. I'm sure. Yeah, it is. Okay.
Oh, so and, Todd Wallace is watching. He just moved into a new apartment. He's unpacking and watching us on his tablet.
Oh, cool. So Todd has done a couple of contributions to NitrOS-9 ease of use that we've actually gone there. The IBM CJ font is one big example that I've used quite a bit. And then he's got OPL3 players and stuff too. So this is his latest project that he's been doing. And it's both the video demonstration, which I'll show here shortly, and then also there's a software download so you can actually get it. And what this does is goes through DriveWire and it actually grabs live weather reports on your CoCo. And the current version will read the text version of it. And this is actually live over the web. And he's actually planning on doing a graphics enhanced version as well. So you actually will be able to use your CoCo to actually monitor the weather through a DriveWire.
You ever wonder what the weather conditions are outside, but just heat windows? I mean, I could use my fancy tablet, check the weather, sure, but that's lame. Use your color computer to do it. Damn, it's cold.
He has no idea what cold is.
No, he doesn't.
What's this plus symbol thing mean? Like, I don't know what that is. I'm used to seeing a dash. But yeah, I mean, it works pretty well here. And actually to pull that off, and now we've got several hardware projects, including Rick Ulland has one going. I think Jim Brain's got one going. A few others are probably still working on it too. I'm getting, real network Ethernet style cards on the CoCo as well. So there's ability to do this kind of thing directly from the CoCo, directly linked to your network, or you can do it through like Sloopy's Wi-Fi thing that he did with DriveWire with the PIA socket. I mean, we've got multiple ways of doing this now, including DriveWire. So some of these programs will start working on all of these once we get this everything set up properly. So whichever way you link to the net with your CoCo, whether it be a hardware card, through DriveWire, through the wireless, we should be able to start using this stuff. And there's multiple software projects on the go right now to have the CoCo go over the web. We've been talking about before about doing like multiplayer games, which like the Amiga and some others have done. Actually, almost all the other 8-bits have done so far. And then also do more, quote unquote practical apps like the weather, and another one that's coming up a little bit later in the news story too. So I think it's just really cool that the CoCo's finally getting more attached to the outside world, besides going through links like we did back in the 90s.
Well, I don't know if y'all remember, but the MM1, since it ran OSK, there was a Ethernet network module that you could incorporate into your core. And there was even a SCSI Ethernet card that you could get and plug into the SCSI bus. And you had you could, you actually had network, Ethernet network on a MN1.
Yep, I do remember that. I think David Ladd might have even used that too if he's still on the call. Next up, and this is from Jason Lee-Steere. Is he from Australia, Nick? I'm trying to remember if he's one of your fellow Aussies.
Yes, he's from Perth.
Okay.
Yes.
So he's got a little hardware project board here. It's a revised design to his Omni board, as he called it. It's a CoCo cartridge prototype board. And he was asking for some feedback in the CoCo Facebook group here. Is there any other things we should change? Now, this was originally for 2 weeks ago news, so I'm not sure if that's already been resolved and he's kind of like cut off his suggestions, or if there's still time to add more. He's already had like 19 comments on it. So any of you guys that actually do prototype hardware design, etc., and you want to chime in with some suggestions for these prototype boards, please do so. Next up, we have an update from Pierre Sarrazin. He's put up a manual reference guide for CMOC. Now, that's the C compiler that's not quite C, but pretty darn close. Specifically aimed at basic programmers. So all the other manuals he's done is basically how do you run the CMOC compiler? How do you run it if you're doing an OS9 program? How do you run it if you're doing a disk basic program? In this case here, he's actually trying to teach people that are familiar with basic but haven't really used C, what some of the equivalencies are, or things that you'll need to kind of translate in your head going between the two. So he's done this manual that basically will help you learn C and CMOC coming from a basic background as opposed to a C or assembly language background. So that's a pretty cool thing. And this is a project that he keeps up to date. I mean, we just covered a CMOC bug fix release that was, I think, 2 weeks ago we covered that. So it's an active compiler still being used. Next up, we have a YouTube channel called Amateur Tinkering, who did a video showing logging, and here we go on the net again, logging into Telnet BBS using the original CoCo 1 and the video text cartridge, which is probably the worst terminal program you could possibly pick to try. So we did a homemade cable to the Bitbanger port and a Wi-Fi modem.
Oh, come on, it was Tandy's. You know it was the best.
Couldn't you just shout
even
out
with
the window?
Tandy, I would have picked Color Compact way ahead of video text. Sorry.
The best for the money.
I mean, this was the one that came out. I mean, Videotex was the project that actually kind of got the CoCo started, because the Videotex terminal, which uses the same CoCo case that the CoCo 1 did, came out months before the CoCo 1. So it actually comes in pre-CoCo type thing. And the Videotex cartridge was basically just the ROM of the terminal program that was built into the Videotex terminal. Just, you could plug it in the CoCo, and then you had a general purpose computer and the Videotex, as opposed to the Videotex terminal, which had this program basically just burned on its ROM. That's all you could do with the thing. So anyway, you're a bit restricted, of course, because you've got a 32 column. So he logs into this one BBS here. And I think if I remember, he picked the VIC-20 mode because it was the closest to the right size screen, though it doesn't have a CoCo specific version. Now, I do remember back in the day, there was quite a few BBS programs for the CoCo specifically, and even some terminal programs for the PC that supported it. They would support the semi-graphics on the screen. So you actually draw the 64 by 32 8-color blocks. And then even CompuServe, the RLE format, which was the predecessor to GIF or GIF, which was a black and white 256 by 192 format. The IBM PC and some other machines also, because they discovered the artifacting colors on the CoCo, they started incorporating that, and that standard actually changed to officially support artifacted colors. And then it became a 128 by 192 by 4 color mode with, red, blue, black, and white, as opposed to just plain black and white. So we've had some influence on some of the graphic standards of the day back with the CoCo, because it was fairly popular in CompuServe. And the BBSs, though, like we had a few, like a native CoCo BBSs that did support the lower res graphics and the RLE graphics as well, which are a bit higher res. But as far as the generic ones here, like here they got VIC-20 Olivetti 10, which is a 40 by 15, 22 by 23, and then standard 8 by 24s. These are much easier to do, of course, with the CoCo 3 because 82 by 24 is built in. But Videotex obviously has no idea what that is. Anyways, it was pretty interesting that he logged into 2 different BBSs and just kind of demoed, running it. And he's actually running it at 300 baud because he's really old school. So you can watch the text, slowly print on the screen type thing.
Does a 22 by 23 screen, just so we can try to fit most of it on there.
Does anybody remember this speed? Because this is what I first started at.
Yep, this is what I started at, 300, right?
Speed.
Yep. He used it for chats. It was cheaper.
But it does actually work, and it looks pretty decent on here.
Now, Boat, you're young enough. I'm guessing you probably, if you did the modem BBS thing at all, you probably started a little bit faster than 300 baud.
I've never once been on a BBS. That whole thing just passed me right on by. I started the internet with the internet, with the
You're
World
a
Wide
BBS
Web.
virgin, you're telling me.
That's right. That's right.
Oh, I started off.
This was our internet before the internet, basically.
Right. CompuServe gave you 300 baud for half price. So if you were on a chat or something, pick 300.
Yeah. The thing is, I mean, CompuServe, Delphi, what's in a Genie, some of those others, they were so expensive. I mean, BBS is, as long as you had a local one, it was free. It just tied up your phone line. So
yep.
They were huge. Well, like early mid 80s here at Saskatoon, which at the time had 150,000 people, we had 60 or 70 BBSs running.
What was the interface that the modem interface, the modem that Tandy came out that also had auto answer on it?
I mean, what model of modem? Because they had a couple that did that. The DC 2212, and there's a few of them.
It was you could plug it directly into the bit port of the CoCo.
Yeah, they had multiple. Like Tandy probably, I would guess, had a dozen of those. That would plug
yeah, I remember using one of those, and we would write speed dialers and let the CoCo run the speed dialer and go to bed.
Yeah. I mean, some of the more advanced ones actually had the auto dialer. You could set up a list of like, here's 5 BBSs I'm trying to get on because they're all busy right now. And then we just cycle through and dial this one. No, it's still busy. Dial the next one. And as soon as it found it would connect and beep at you to call you back to the room to log in quickly.
Right.
Those were the days.
Those were fun days.
Yeah, they were. Okay, this next one's a bit of a sad note. A lot of us have been wondering, because people have been trying to email Richard Lorbieski here, to order boomerangs or boomerang E2s or various other hardware that he sells, and nobody was getting any answers. And we're kind of wondering if it was, if he was shutting down or what was going on. And it turns out he was one of the people who got damaged in the recent Texas storms.
Mm-hmm.
So he's said he's got all the orders basically shipped that he already had manufactured. Unfortunately, a few orders were not fulfilled because he didn't have any capacity to do anything with parts if they came in anyway. So he's issued a refund in those orders, and he plans to resume operations on or before April 1st, which is the best news I've heard in a while. That's awesome. And he did mention a little bit later that he didn't get as heavily damaged as some other people did, though he did have some damage, but some of his family members did have some heavier damage. So he's been helping them a lot, trying to get things fixed back up again. That was a horrible storm. I mean, the temperatures you guys were hitting there in Texas is something I'd be used to seeing up here. But of course, we build our infrastructure based on that. And of course, in Texas, why would you bother, right? So
yeah, we were not prepared for 3° F nighttime temperatures here in Dallas at all.
Yep.
Yeah. Well, the 8-bit guy, I don't know if you guys saw his video. He put up a video kind of explaining why he's going to be offline for a while, because he's just been finishing building his new studio, which is an entirely separate building out back. And his main house had cracked pipes and all bit, and inches of water on the floor. And so he just literally had replaced a bunch of the flooring. He's got to rip it all back out again and redo it all again. So it's just a mess. The heart goes out to everybody in Texas that suffered, and not just Texas. I mean, there was abnormally cold temperatures in Oklahoma and Nebraska and all over the place, basically. So.
Do we know where Bosentek lives? Is he here in Dallas, or where is he? Austin, or where?
Does anybody remember off the top of their head? I know
San Antonio.
Yeah, San Antonio.
San Antonio. Okay.
And Boat, even you guys got hit, even on the east, right?
It's Dallas, but they got it. They did get it bad.
Oh yeah. We had an ice storm that we've looked at the likes I've never seen here in West Virginia. That disrupted. I mean, we were out without power for days, and just like in Texas, I mean, to a smaller extent, because I live in rural West Virginia, people have wood burning fireplaces, and generators have become more popular. But yeah, it was still scary. I live outside the city limits. They don't plow our roads, and if our power goes out, we're screwed. So we didn't get it as bad as Texas, but it was still a dicey week for sure.
Yeah, I do remember like you guys weren't even able to broadcast for several days there because
that's right.
The only connection to the net you had was your phone.
Yeah, that's right.
Where in West Virginia do you live?
We live in Hurricane, which is how we say hurricane, It's right in between Charleston and Huntington. So we're about 45 minutes east of the Kentucky border.
Okay, because we used to live in Lewisburg, West Virginia.
Oh, okay. Home of the Greenbrier, right?
Yeah, home of the Greenbrier, the famous Greenbrier Hotel.
That's awesome.
Yeah, if you want to know why it's famous, go Google it. You'll find out.
Sounds like an inside joke for you two.
The reason why it's famous, spoiler alert, is that in the face of nuclear catastrophe, there was a secret bunker built in the Greenbrier where the president and the Congress would all flee to. That was actually kept as a secret all the way up, I think, until the late 70s. I mean, it was built in the 50s, so it was kept as a secret for a really long time. Now you can tour it. You can see all the plans that were in place, you know, during the Cold War and all that stuff. So it is one of the more famous things here in West Virginia.
Cool. I did not know that. That's interesting.
Not only that, but the Greenbrier County Airport runway is longer than the runway at Charleston because it had to accommodate the Presidential aircraft and and everything else.
Cool.
Which is very unusual for a county airport to have runways longer than the main airports.
So, when you have Boatathon there, or whatever you guys are calling it there, and I come up to visit you guys there, I want this official Aaron, drunkard tour.
Absolutely, Aaron is we're going to rent a tour bus, and he's going to be up there with the mic up front, and you'll see all the sites: the Hillbilly Flea Market, Tudor's Biscuit World, and the secret bunker.
Oh, and don't forget the coal mine in Beckley.
That's right, the exhibition coal mine in Beckley. Absolutely.
Yep.
You get to get free coal miner's lung with that tour too, then?
That's right. It's an added benefit. You come out of there coughing for the rest of your life.
Awesome.
Yeah. They get you inside the coal mine, and then they turn the lights off. That's an experience.
I've done that here at the potash mines, and yeah, it's such utterly pitch black. There's not even a hint of light, so you have no idea what's going on around you. Anyway, enough about tourism in West Virginia. We'll save that for the actual con. Okay, so the last few weeks we've been showing some Mandelbrot fractal stuff that Simon Jonas has been recoding to speed it up from a basic program to a machine language program. So Robert Galt uploaded one here, and he's actually got the disk image on the Facebook CoCo group, which is of an earlier version of fractal. Mandelbrot's probably the most famous. But there's another one called the Koch. I'm not sure if I'm pronouncing that right, but it's kind of the snowflake shaped fractal, I think. Sorry, what was that?
Someone said Koch.
Okay, so that is correct pronunciation. I wasn't sure. So anyway, he's made a version of it here written in basic 09, so it runs under NitrOS-9 or OS9. And it does a 640 by 200 by 4 color version of that particular one. So if you guys are into the math of fractals type thing, then there's a new demo to download there with the source code.
Almost like a fractal fever, but I'm thinking of fraction fever, the CoCo game.
Yeah, the game.
Trivia in Wisconsin, that name would be Coke.
Yeah, that could be.
Mm-hmm.
That's why I left it up to you guys to pronounce it, because I have no idea. All right, next one. This one's a personally interesting bit of history to me. Ron Lombardo was one of the OS9 gurus in the 80s, along with Kevin Darling, Kent Myers, Bruce Eisted, and a bunch of others. And it was also one of the people involved with the level 2 version 3 upgrade that has been kind of unofficially released, but not all of it type thing that Brother Jeremy finally got after singing to Kevin Darling. So what he did here is he said a funny small part of a much larger document of a message from February 28, 1988 that I came across while filing old papers. This was Tandy's Mark Siegel getting a little nervous about what Mark Griffiths was doing with Multiview and G-Shell. Now, eventually, Mark did a little bit on G-Shell and he passed it on to Kent Myers, and that's where I picked it up because Kent gave me a copy of what they'd worked on, and that's what's in ease of use now, is the modified version we did. But this goes back into the history of it. Now, Mark Siegel, as you probably well know, was kind of in charge of CoCo's from the CoCo 3 era, and originally came from Datasoft. He actually used to be Steve Bjork's boss. But he was basically saying, we have these standards we want to keep following, and they just found out that they'd been doing all these modifications to G-Shell. So it's kind of a bit of a history here where Mark explains, some of the things that they want to make sure they don't break. And then the other Mark, as he called himself, Mark Griffith, actually said, no, we're just doing Patches that aren't going to break anything. We're following the standards. We're just adding functionality, modifying icons, other things too. And I've actually seen some REMs in the source code for G Shell that Kent gave me that kind of show a couple of the things mentioned here. So that was pretty cool for a historical thing. And now Rod and I have been talking back and forth a little bit, and we're going to try to see. Hopefully he's up for it, and we're going to try to see if we can get in contact with some of the people that are involved with that upgrade. Because there was I think a dozen or 2 dozen people involved at one point, and even he doesn't remember who all was there. I remember about half a dozen myself, and some of them have since passed away, so I can't talk to them obviously. But I'd love to get as many of them together as possible and have a special episode where we can just kind of ask them. Because some of the level 2 upgrade, if you download it from the Color Computer Archive, which has like movable, resizable windows and some other fancy things, is not the full version that they actually did. They deemed that one a little bit too slow at the time. That's one with like non-stopping overlapping windows and stuff too. Pick up a window on one screen, drop it to another virtual desktop, like all this stuff back in like 89, 90 type thing, which was, in advance of pretty well anything else at the time. So I'd love to get some of their background story, because they actually had Wayne Day, who was in charge of the CoCo forum on CompuServe, actually set up a special private chat area for the developers between Tandy and the third-party people that were working on it to actually discuss ideas and exchange code and everything else. And it was set up and ran for about a year and a half. And I would love to get that group together for a kind of a reunion, and also just to kind of chat about, what all they accomplished, and, what stuff they didn't get done, or why they pulled stuff out and put other stuff in, because that was happening as the project was going to. And nobody except for maybe Kevin Darling has seen the entire level 2 most advanced version of the upgrade, because the stuff you get on the archive is not the most advanced version that was made at the time. That was the one they deemed to be fast enough to release. Hey, next up here, we got Fred Pravancha, who, once again, he's the guy that did the new control program we've got in NitrOS-9 Ease of Use. So he did a video test program here, and this is another one of the CoCo going out through DriveWire, through these new Ethernet cards, to go out to the web and get things. Now, in his case, like Todd did the weather, what he's doing here is he's actually reading ICS iCal style files, so you can actually pull calendars off the web, live ones, and he eventually wants to expand this so that you can actually have it interface directly with the calendar app in multi-view, or perhaps set up actual alarms that will ring off. So you can actually get live told on a CoCo, I've got a meeting, or, I got to remember to watch CoCoTALK at 2 p.m. Eastern on Saturdays. And, do that all right from the CoCo itself here. So he kind of goes through a demo. I won't play the whole demo here because it's a pretty long video.
Okay, so now it's the file is finally finished listing.
So basically he goes through, and then he starts pulling down the live data.
This filter program is very basic.
Can you still see the screen here, or did it disappear when I tried to enlarge?
What I am planning to do is...
No, it's fine.
Okay, I'm just going to bump the resolution up a bit here. No, and Facebook restarts.
Okay, so now...
Anyway, you can see here, like he's pulling down the summary here, and there's a bunch of extra stuff here, like specifically for Microsoft Office. So he's going to filter all that crap out because you don't need that on the CoCo, obviously. But it can do like daily reminders. In this case, he pulled down the U.S. Holiday schedule iCal shared file. But you can also have ones that actually have specific time deployments, or repeating appointments that happen every week or every month or something like that too. So it's actually a way to use the CoCo in a practical way once this is done. And he's got it running through DriveWire now. And like I said, with Rick's upcoming Ethernet board and Jim Brains and some others here, this is the type of stuff you can actually do. You can actually make your CoCo a functioning, usable computer. Like if you're like me and you spend a lot of time on your CoCo, you don't have to like glance over at your PC or your Mac or whatever to say, oh, I'm supposed to be going out somewhere yet. You'll be able to do it right on the CoCo itself. So it's pretty cool.
Mardi Gras is a government holiday.
Sorry?
Said Mardi Gras is a government holiday.
Well, maybe some places.
Apparently, whatever iCal he pulled down, or ICS file he pulled down, thinks so.
Some government.
Yeah.
Oh, there's government holidays on here I don't even recognize.
Maybe they mean any government in the world. I don't know.
Right? Prince Gahulo never heard about Mardi Gras.
Curtis, how many more news items do we have?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 12.
Okay.
Did you want to break in between? Or
yeah, you want to take a... I don't know how Ron Delvaux's feeling, but I could probably use a potty break. Why don't we
then go ahead?
Well, I imagine other people.
Yeah, we won't stop you. Go ahead.
This is a catch-up week. We knew this was going to be a long one. So.
Yeah, so let's take a quick break and just kind of stretch our legs, and we will be back right after this with the rest of news. And Richard Lorbieski has joined the panel as well, so we want to talk to him. We'll be right back.
After these messages, we'll be right back.
Fletcher, I don't need that report tomorrow.
Great, JT.
I need it tonight.
But JT...
Fletcher saved $300 on her office away from the office. Radio Shack's revolutionary Model 100 computer. It's a word processor, phone directory, and dialer. It even communicates with the office computer.
Fletcher, how's that report? Fletcher.
Radio Shack's Model 100. Save $300 and put it to work.
You'll go far, Fletcher. You'll go far.
And now, CoCo Thoughts by Samuel Gimes. On holidays, Uncle JT would entertain us with stories of his business conquests and his assistant who would meet any deadline that he imposed, no matter how ridiculous. Well, until she shot him in the face, that is.
Hi, this is the award-winning Alan Huffman of Subby the Software, and you're watching Stevie Fall Off Cliffs.
What's going on, guys? Stevie Stroh here, and I want to say thank you so much for being part of this adventure with us. It's been such a great experience in doing CoCoTALK every week, and the support we get is just amazing. And so the fact that you watch and listen is all the reward that we need. However, if you would like to become a patron of the show and offer some financial assistance towards the production and hosting costs of the show, we do have a Patreon site available for that, and you can reach that by going to our website at CoCoTalk.live and clicking on the Patreon link. But just do us a favor and watch and listen to the show.
Hey there, I'm Mark Overholser, and you're watching CoCoTALK.
This is not the Joey cereal switch. This is the Joey cereal switch. Control up to 3 cereal devices. Order yours today at cocoman.biz.
Radio Shack, America's technology store.
Right!
This Christmas, Tandy has a very special offer. A family color computer pack to take away at a very special price. This family computer comes complete with software and costs an incredible $449, a saving of $241.69. It's powerful, educational, and ideal for the young and young at heart. The easy way to start computing. The Color Computer Family Pack from Tandy. Get it while it's hot. Tandy, the biggest electronics store in Australia.
Yeah. Hi, I'm Tim. Playing Daggerith like that idiot from the book. You're watching CoCoTALK.
And I think we're going to go back to news. Curtis?
Yeah, actually, I since Richard joined us here, and I was trying to relay what I knew of from Facebook postings here, and rather have the person who actually knows what he's talking about as far as updates on WasntTech and the situation there. Richard, did you want to kind of give us an update? What's going on?
Oh, okay. Actually, you didn't really say anything wrong. I just want to emphasize and clarify. I do want to thank everybody who has written to me directly, indirectly, the thoughts and prayers and support. We personally didn't get affected as bad as other people here in Texas. San Antonio, we had over 102 hours of straight freezing, weather that was below 32 degrees, which has never, ever happened in the San Antonio area. And, the infrastructure here just collapsed. Basically, we not only, a lot of people had to go through rolling blackouts, and we had to deal with low water pressure or no water pressure, burst pipes. We had people that, the grocery stores ran out of food. My wife is a nurse practitioner, and she had to work. I mean, she couldn't just, take off or and hunker down. So I had to drive her to work almost 3 times to work over the past that week. and they had to deal with a lot of things, like they had low water pressure at the hospital. They lost power a couple of times. They ran out of food. They had to ration food at the hospital. So it's been a really, really tough time for people here in Texas.
Well, glad to hear that you're okay. And it sounds like your house wasn't one of the worst ones affected, which is a small, pleasant.
Yeah, it was a lot of it's a lot of minor damage. You know, I had one of my we had parts of our water pipes frozen, and one of the cutoff valves to the dishwasher started leaking. And I mean, it's minor, and I already have that. I don't have it fixed. I just have it plugged to where it's not leaking anymore. But you know, it's also a good time. I was looking at it, I said, you know, it's a good time to get a lot of repairs done. You know, prepare for spring and summer weather, things like that. And there's a whole bunch of it. And then we also have friends and neighbors that have really been dealing with a lot of repairs and stuff that they have to get through as well. So, you know, we've been trying to help out as much as we can. And so that's why I decided, you know, and there's been other things, you know, besides the weather that I've been very, I don't know how to put it. There's been other things that have been going on, personally, and I've really have neglected fulfilling orders and doing things for wasnt. And I really have appreciated people who were very patient and understanding, but there is people that did file, that wanted their product and rightfully so. And I've issued refunds for everybody that, wanted refunds. So, I mean, nobody's out any money. No one's out any product either. But the thing that I was really offended by this morning was there are some people that think this is a time to capitalize on my misfortune. And I was really disappointed and pretty frankly outraged by somebody posting a link to their website and their email address and trying to drum up business on my misfortune. I mean, to me, I feel that's like a sleazebag, promiscuous ambulance chasing lawyer trying to drum up business during a disaster. That is just outrageous, and I can't believe that happened.
Oh, wow. I didn't even realize that it happened, but
yeah, it happened this morning. It happened during, there was a link by one of the, I consider like one of the fanboys, and then he chimed in. And this is somebody asking about, what's going on with wasnt. And I just thought that was just totally classless. And I wanted to address that part. That just really pisses me off. That people in the community that would do that.
Oh, sorry to hear that happened.
Yeah, but I didn't want to jump. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to jump in here, but this had to be at least that part. But I also wanted to assure people that probably by April 1st or maybe even earlier, I will probably start resuming operations again. I just wanted to dedicate a lot more time to get things in order here. It just.
Yeah, because it sounds like you're not just doing it for yourself. I mean, we're talking like your extended family, your neighbors, et cetera.
Yeah,
it sounds like you're helping them all out. So, I mean, yeah, in a disaster, you come together and you don't worry about.
Right.
Capitalism is like a little bit lower on the.
Yeah, it just and this would also be a good opportunity to, I've been meaning to, and I know a lot of people have asked, what about your bedroom? Especially my wife has been asking about that. I still need to work on that. That's been an ongoing project. And we were going to go on vacation starting March 1st, but we have canceled that vacation. We were just going to do another drive around the country, but we're going to stay home this next week and just, work on house stuff and take care of business that way.
Okay. Well, thanks for coming on for the update. I'm glad to hear that you're doing okay and that the damage to your house wasn't as bad as some of the stuff we've seen on the news.
Yeah, but it is, there's not been a lot of exaggeration of what's really been going on. It's been tough for a lot of people, and it's been really tough for healthcare, especially the healthcare workers. they've had to endure a lot of stress with their families and at at the workplace. It's as we were not really as prepared as we should be, because I know a lot of people are saying, well, it's a big deal. It didn't get that cold compared to other places in the country, but in our area, it was just so many hours of freezing weather. I mean, like I said, we've never gone through 102 straight hours of freezing weather like this. Most of the time, we go through cold snaps maybe 12 to 24 hours, but not 102. Over 3 straight days.
Yeah.
So,
the water lines come in 3 feet deep, right?
Yeah, they're deep, but they're not protected.
Well, no, 3
others.
feet. That's not frost depth.
Well, there is no frost line here in Texas. So
there was last week.
Yeah, there was last week, but I'm just saying typically we don't have this kind of thing.
Yeah.
And then and just like I said, it was just one of those it's a lot of things that added up that caused a lot of hardship for a lot of people. The other thing that we're going to have to contend with is our utility bill, and nobody really wants to address that, because I calculated, the way that they have set up the utilities here, in our jurisdiction, CPS Energy, I calculated our next utility bill is going to be about $4,000, and and I was just like, well, but they assured us that no one's going to get these kind of bills or be expected to pay that all at once, and then we're on a plan that we pay a flat fee every single month. Right now we're paying $230, and then they recalculate every year, and they average out the bill. So, we don't get like a $100 bill one month and a $500 bill the next month. It's just one straight fee. But we figure that our next reset, or when they calculate it, that it's going to probably, if they don't change anything, it's going to be about $800 a month. I mean, we can afford that. I mean, we're fortunate that we have the means to do that, but there's other people that just, they don't have that.
Yeah.
So it's not over yet for a lot of people here in Texas.
No, and we were talking to some other people earlier on the show there. I don't know if you were listening at that time, but I mean, there's still chunks of Texas that are boil water advisories and stuff there, 'cause the water's not safe to drink. So
yeah, we were under it was a voluntary boiling water requirement, but they have since lifted that. Right now our water is fine, but still is, like you said, a lot of other people are without decent drinking water, and some people are still without power. So
how about your COVID shots? Were you able to get any?
Actually, my wife was one of the first ones to. She's classified as a tier 1 healthcare worker, because she actually works with people who have COVID-19. So she got her shot back in December. And as for me, I am a participant in a trial, COVID-19 trial. I actually have I have the vaccine or the placebo for the Johnson & Johnson Janssen pharmaceutical one. So
cool.
I may be covered. I don't know. They haven't revealed that. They have discussed Johnson & Johnson right now. They have the CDC board has approved it for distribution, but it hasn't been formally done.
Yeah, the emergency authorization is what they're waiting for.
Emergency authorization. And if they do that and they start distributing that vaccine, they have probably are going to make that available to us. They will reveal that either if we have the placebo, they will maybe offer it to us for free of charge, and get the vaccine. Or if we already have it, they'll just reveal to us that you already have it. So, but again, that's somewhere down the road.
Okay. Well, thanks for coming on and giving us an update here.
Thank you.
Me trying to do a third-party person type thing. So.
Right. Yeah, I understand it. But yeah, thank you for letting me at least speak up.
Hang in there, Rich.
All right. Thanks a lot.
I'm glad you're helping your neighbors. That's a nice thing to do. Now I remember where I left off.
Well, anyway, you can boysontech.com. We'll be back in a month or two with more CoCo products. And I'm stalling for time, Curtis.
I was just getting the screen share going again here. So
there we go.
Okay, so to pick up where we left off here, Fabian Rodriguez posted that he rescued a CoCo 3 from a group of dead computers they got in a bulk purchase. And as he put it, best 1 hour round trip from Montreal. So it was a ton of stuff that he got in there, including the CoCo 3. And then he put up some pictures of what kind of shape it's in. It's actually in pretty decent shape. It's a little bit yellowed. And, French stickers on it because it's in Canada, of course. And that mesh, which was unique to Canada, too. I know some questions about that on the Facebook group. But it looks to be in pretty good shape. 128K machine, obviously.
Hey, I got a question. You see that bar going across the gimme? Is that normal?
I have seen it before, but not too often. It wasn't like a standard Canadian thing because my machine didn't have that. But I have seen it before. I'm not even sure what that's for.
Those are PLCC lock to keep the chips from
going
working
out.
out.
Okay. That probably should have made that standard because quite a few people have bought CoCo 3s that they are claimed to be dead on eBay, and all they do is reseat the chip, and now it works fine.
Right. You dropped it, drop it again. It'll be fixed.
Yeah, they make those for regular sockets as well that you can put over the chip to help keep it locked into place.
So does it have two pressure points on either side, or is it the center that's dropped down? It's hard to tell.
The center should go down because the chip actually is sub-level of the socket.
Right. There's a bump on each side. You push down in the middle to sort of spring the, right?
Okay, so it sort of springs and forces it down once you push it down far enough.
I mean, it's probably just a version of socket the factory could get a hold of that day.
Right.
That happens occasionally also.
Okay. Anyway, yeah, he picked up a whole bunch of bulk computers. The CoCo 3 happened to be one of them, and it works. So another CoCo rescued, which is good, especially with the CoCo 3, because as a lot of people mentioned, they're getting expensive and hard to find. So for actual hardware. Now he also posted this one here. This was a rather interesting one. So there's this dual floppy. Like you'll notice, it's not two separate cases. It's one front plate here that covers both the 3.5 and the 5 1/4 inch drive.
Mike
I was wondering
with sell systems like that too.
Yeah. He was asking, like, this is a high density one. He was asking, would this work in the CoCo? Well, it'll work, but like, for example, on 5 1/4 inch discs, high density drives generally tended not to work too well with double density discs, at least from my experience. If you're running high density discs, then you had to worry about double stepping the head and a bunch of other weird crap too. The 3.5 ones usually tended to work pretty good as long as you use double density media or you tape over the high density hole. They seem to be pretty reliable. I remember actually we had one at work briefly, one of these that was a double density version. So it was a 360K and a 720K, 5 1/4 and a 3.5. This is of course the 1.2 and 1.44 meg version. So from anybody here that's had experience with trying to run high density floppy drives on a CoCo, not necessarily in high density mode, but just as a way to get a more modern drive to run with the older media. What's been your experience on running these types of things?
I never got a 5 1/4 to step down. The 3.5s you could get to work, but I never got a 5 1/4 to work.
Okay.
Even as double density, I just couldn't make it do it.
Yeah, and basically I heard the 5 1/4 was a lot more problem prone. David Ladd, you're the floppy expert here. Have you experimented with the high density drives in the CoCo much? Or is he still here?
No, sorry, I've got a whole bunch of windows open. All right, so as far as high density, I have not done the 5 1/4. I have, in my multi-pack, I have 2 floppy controllers. One is a 26-3029 that I have replaced the crystal and the data separator. And it's basically locked in high density at all the time. So, and then I've got the other floppy controller, which is for the double density. So,
okay.
And it works fine. Because the fact that a lot of the tools, there used to be a set of drivers that you could get for OS9 back in the day that had a separate format utility to format the disks from OS9 but currently, yeah, I haven't been able to find those, and from OS9 you can't really format them yet. So I've been kind of cheating and using the grease weasel to create the discs.
David's favorite piece of hardware of all time.
Oh, that thing's the best tool. But yeah, it's but as far as a regular CoCo goes, the 3.5-inch drive itself, 3.5-inch drives have a little sensor that will use where the hole would be for the high density, or if it's blocked, then it's double density. And so the 3.5 will work right off the bat as double density if you're using the double density discs. As far as the 5.25, on that post, I linked to a text file, which actually I see my post there, that gives the jumper settings for setting the 300 RPM, and then you can set the other values for the high or low density mode.
Oh, so this one actually supports proper double density mode on the 5.25 then, if you set
Well,
jumpers.
most high densities do. The thing is they'll either run at 360 RPM all the time, or there's a jumper that you can put that when it does double density, it will then run at 300 RPM. And that is the key, that you have to make sure for double density on the CoCo, the 5.25 is set for the 300 RPM.
Yeah, because there's that, and the width of the head was the other problem I remember being.
Yes, you can disk basic for reading existing CoCo software is not really supported on this. OS9, when you went from the, what was it, the 96 T tracks per inch, the TPI, to then the 48 TPI floppy disks, if you used a 48, OS9 would then double step. So you could read the 40 track discs in an 80 track drive. But Disk Basic doesn't have that. So basically you couldn't read a Disk Basic disk in this drive natively.
Yeah, whereas you could on the 3.5, because I've done that tons.
Yes, the 3.5s, yeah, that's just, you just have a lot of wasted space.
Yeah.
But the 3.5-inch double density discs are a lot easier to find than the 5.25.
Okay.
So,
Well, thanks for posting. I didn't actually get a chance to follow up in the comments afterwards when I originally wrote the story down, so I didn't realize you got a link to it, and I didn't realize this drive lets you down it to 300 RPM from 360, etc. So that's good information to have.
yeah, that's one of the things that people, it just takes a little bit of Googling. The first thing I did is I took Epson, the part number, and jumpers, and Google spit out an actual Epson FTP site. And I looked at it and I'm like, yep, that's the information the person needs. And linked it.
I never got that drive to work. RPMs.
I got a comment from on YouTube from Mikey, and he said, this episode of Floppy Talk is brought to you by the 6502. Okay, on to the next one. We've got Terry Trapp. Now, we've been covering, he's been doing this hardware project where he's been getting it to play, advanced music, etc., using, what is it called here? Well, he's calling this one, it's a Parallax P2 project board. He's showed up doing a few things. And he's going to call the final product a CoCo Blender. And currently, as he mentions here, I'll see if I can highlight it. This is kind of this kind of stuff he wants to shoot for this board to support once it's done. So it'll have two Virtual 6551 UARTs, which is the RS-232 pack compatible, which means it works with all the existing software that uses the RS-232 pack. A VGA video out for the second monitor, which he hasn't quite decided if it's going to be a completely separate, graphical display, or maybe just emulate like a VT100 terminal with all the control codes for color, etc. He's still kind of, hammering out the details on that. 2-channel audio output for software SID, and he's demonstrated the SID compatible playback on one of the previous episodes we did on the news for it. 2 USB hosts for human interface devices like keyboard and mice, which would be cool. A microbus socket for Wi-Fi, RTC, and click modules. And as soon as I saw RTC, my eyes lit up. Micro SD card slot. Firmware will boot from the SD card itself, and a 40-pin connector to act as a Y cable for the CoCo SDC or another drive controller. So you actually don't even need a multi-pack, though we have several of those now available. So it's a pretty cool and pretty awesome, pretty wide-ranging project. He's actually demonstrated a couple bits of this already running. So he's actually got parts of this going already, like the SID chip emulation. So looks pretty decent. He hasn't got quoted a price or anything on it yet, but I'll definitely be keeping an eye on it because it looks like a pretty good multi-function I/O card. Almost Brian Schubring's dream come to life kind of thing.
Is that a hint?
Well, if you're not involved with that thread, you should get there, Brian, because you might have some suggestions.
Yeah, no, I read through that list before, and that's kind of like what I was doing. Yeah.
Next up, we got Brandon, and I'm not sure if I'm pronouncing his last name correctly, or Tetrao. You posted a question about launching VCC with the cartridges as an auto launch from the command line because he wants to do a front end. And I believe, Boat, you might be able to correct me on this, but I believe Aaron's already done this where he's actually had it so you can just double click on a cartridge and it automatically fires up the emulator with the game up and running immediately. But it looks like that's basically what he's trying to do here is a front end to run VCC from a command line to say launch and drone instantly and start running it. And then Bill Pierce gave him suggestions. You can do that with the latest versions of VCC. So if you have 2.01 C or D, you can actually do that. So in fact, I think he has a video that he did a little bit later on. Yes, I think it's the next one here. I'm kind of showing it actually running here. So we'll just show it like he's got his selection of his virtual machines here on emulated machines, I should say, on the right. And he does a quick little demo. Selecting the CoCo. So it's got little video demos of the cartridge you're selecting, including sound effects. So that's what the launcher looks like. He's had some suggestions and stuff after he asked the initial question, and he's got it working now too. So, like I said, I believe Aaron had done something similar, and they actually did a little bit of a special on it on the Amigos YouTube channel. So you can check that out too. And I know he did design some artwork and stuff for some of the cartridges as well. So next up, Michael Piesco put up this curiosity question. What got you into CoCos? And it kind of explains what got him into it. Now, this has been a thread that's just been taken off. There's now 85 comments. Explaining why people got into them, and then what they do with them now, or what they propelled them to do as their career, etc. So there's a lot of interesting stories. We've already run pretty long in news here, so I'm not going to go through any of these, but there's a ton. Feel free to contribute your own if you haven't already. I just did mine, I think, yesterday. So it's pretty interesting seeing, why people got them. Some people got it for cost. Some people got it because their parents got it for them. Some people, found it years later in a garage sale or whatever it was. So it's pretty interesting to see how everybody got into the CoCo in the first place. Now, is Boat still on the call here? Because I'll probably let him intro this more than me doing it.
I do not believe so. That's negative.
Okay. So basically, this is the latest episode of This Week in Retro, which stars himself, John on the right, obviously, and then Neil of RMC, which used to stand for Retro Man Cave, but they wanted to be less sexist with the title, so it's just RMC now. He's just been redoing his studio in the UK here. You can see some in the background there. So what they do, in case you missed the last time we talked about this a few weeks ago, it's a retro show showing new things or newer things that are happening in retro tech, because that's almost become an industry unto itself now. And they basically pick 4 or 5 stories a week that kind of concentrate on various platforms. And the very first CoCo one, which I think we mentioned a couple weeks ago, is coming up, is out now. This is the one that was just dropped this morning. And basically it's covering Ben Drake's and the VR interfacing he's done with XROR, et cetera, to play CoCo and Dragon games using modern VR, their Omni product. Now, the video that they happened to choose here had the best graphics for the CoCo. They picked Gatecrasher, so Nick Marotta, this might be of interest to you as well. showing them playing it with the VR. Now, this is, if you look at the hardware, though, that Ben's wearing, this is the older version from about a year ago. And we did the Andron one he did recently, and that had much more up-to-date hardware. So it's not quite as bulky, etc.
Neil,
I noticed, I don't know if you noticed the CoCo 3 in the background in front of the screen.
Yeah. Yeah, no, he's always had that permanently set up there for playing CoCo games. Now, the screen it's attached to is actually on a switcher between multiple machines he's got. He's got Amiga, Atari 8-bit, Nintendo, CoCo 3, etc. So at the time of this video, when it was recording, his demo in the background is not CoCo stuff. But sometimes he does have that going, so I'll just fast forward. For any of those that have missed the original VR thing, here is Ben all goggled up, and on the earlier version with the waistband that kind of keeps you from running off. Now they've changed the treadmill so your feet slide on it, and you don't actually need any of this extra equipment to kind of hold you as much in place, so it's a lot less bulky.
All the rest. The color computer didn't sell as many units as the heavy hitters, but it has an extremely devoted fan base. I would compare it to something like the fan base of the Amstrad. You know, it's not the most obscure machine out there, but it definitely wasn't on the Mount Rushmore of, you know, most units sold of the micros. Now, it's interesting to note that the UK got the CoCo in a way.
Anyway, I don't know if I'm going to play the whole CoCo part of the show here, so you guys don't go watch the video. So the links should be in the chat already. But it's cool that they're getting the. I mean, they have a pretty big traction with the show. Neil, the other host there, actually his channel gets tens of thousands of views per episode type thing. So he's one of the bigger YouTubers. So it's pretty cool that we're actually getting a bit of CoCo mention.
What was the movie that the players would hook up in a device like this and go online?
Like the Oculus Rift or something, you mean, or?
No.
I'm not sure then.
It's like a retro device, or are you talking about a modern device?
No, this device is showing on the screen where he's got the multi-directional treadmill and he's, you know, got the circle around him so he can't come off of it.
Mm-hmm.
It's and the VR glasses, it's reminiscent of a movie that came out where the player would get into a gear like this, and then he would go online, and they had to, if he solved the ultimate set of questions or whatever, you got to talk to finally get to talk to the guy who invented the network.
That's the one that features Daggerath. The
Ready
book.
Player One.
Ready Player One.
Buck
Yeah,
Owens.
Ready Player One.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah, that it looks like the rig that was in Ready Player One.
Yeah, it would be reminiscent of, because that was based on VR.
Well,
Next
that's
up.
going to be. I think that's going to be some of the feature of the new games and stuff. Is you'll have a setup like that, which you get in, and you go, and that puts you more immersed into the game than just, you know, what we're doing. It just, instead of just being on the screen.
Yeah. Now, unfortunately for some of us, and I'm unfortunately one of them, I can't do VR. I've tried it a few times, and my motion sickness is way too bad. Like I can't even watch, never mind putting on VR goggles. I can try to watch somebody play like Quake 3 or something like that. And after 5 minutes, I'm getting nauseated and dizzy. I can't even just watch it on screen. So this stuff will never apply to me, unfortunately. Anyway, the next story here, this is another YouTube channel I've not seen before called PA Hand AV. And he does a kind of a tutorial here of getting VCC to run with hard drive images for NitrOS-9. Now, he's basing this on the stock repository NitrOS-9. So I did mention in the comments, I said, if you wanted just to set up a quick hard drive based NitrOS-9, which is what he's showing here, you could download ease of use. Now, he does do a few things a little bit differently than we do in ease of use. Like he makes the hard drive image a dual image. So it's got a 30 meg, 254 drives of disk basic partition drive images, as well as a 90 meg OS9 partition, and he kind of shows you how to copy all the files across, insert other disks to copy the rest of the basic stuff. Personally, I think just downloading ease of use and installing it's much faster and easier. but we don't get in the sophistication of doing all the different subdrives. I mean, in my personal case, I would just create separate RS-DOS disks and just run those when I need to run those, and I would just run NitrOS-9 when I need to run NitrOS-9, rather than making a dual image and having to worry about, you know, installing HDB-DOS or whatever to get it all running simultaneously where I can switch between them. But it's a very good, very well done tutorial, step-by-step instructions, etc. So for those of you who want to try that, or just want to learn how kind of that stuff kind of works, you know, more, at a more lower level than you would do just downloading easy of use and just running it. It's a pretty decent tutorial. And he goes through, you know, a bit of a history of OS9 and NitrOS-9, the fact that, you know, it's an open source thing, and the various things going through setting up VCC specifically and which CPU you're picking, et cetera, and gets it up and running. It's a pretty decent tutorial. This just dropped this morning. CoCo Crew episode 69 got released. Now, I have not had a chance to listen to any of it yet, so all I can go by is the show notes here. Now, the ones that I wanted to point out for interest here at the bottom, host discussion here is full set collecting a healthy obsession. Do you got to catch them all? Now, this is kind of like a Brian Wieseler question, I think, because they may have had you in mind when they were talking about this, assuming I'm understanding what the discussion without having heard the episode yet. Where I think they're just asking, do you need to get like every single version of a CoCo 1 with every motherboard revision, et cetera, type of thing, into a collection? And my personal opinion is that, you know, it's up to the collector. It depends what they want. If somebody wants to get a complete set, that's what they want. Other people just want to have a working, you know, CoCo 1 that doesn't matter if they got a D, E, F, C board as long as it's functioning. So, Brian, I was wondering what's your opinion on that?
Got to collect them all.
I think you're still muted, Brian.
I think he said he collects them all.
That was me, Mark.
Oh, Brian's got his mic.
Oh, there he is.
Forgive me. I was trying to get two things done there. What was the question again? I do apologize. Sorry.
Well, like I said, I haven't listened to the episode yet, so I'm kind of guessing that this is what it's about. But the host discussion topic on the CoCo Crew episode that dropped this morning is full set collecting a healthy obsession? Do you got to catch them all?
Oh,
and we're suggesting that that's possibly, you know, if you're collecting CoCo 1s, do you need to get a C, a D, an E, and an F board, or is it just good enough? And like I said earlier, I think my personal opinion is it depends on the collector. If you're collecting for collecting's sake, then yes, you probably do want all the individual ones, like TDP and whatever else. And if you just want to get a functioning CoCo because you're interested in the CoCo usability part of things, then no, you don't. So it depends on the person, I think.
Yep. No, for me, I'm definitely in that position there where I'm trying to do the other ones. Now, you know, like the different boards and stuff like that. I haven't gone quite that deep because some of them, I try to get the ones that still have the warranty sticker that's unbroken. So sometimes it's kind of hard to determine which board it is. But the different revs and stuff like that, I do try to get all the different flavors of a lot of the things, like the cartridges. I've tried to get the different versions of that. Different versions of the joysticks, you know, whether it's, you know, the Tandy version. So I think if you're doing it from the collecting standpoint, you want to see the different variations over the history, you know, that Tandy went with the product. Yeah, I'd say go for it. You know, everybody's position is different. You know, if you just want to be a user or a collector or a programmer or a hardware developer, I mean, that's kind of the fun thing about the hobby is that there's a lot of different directions that you can go with it. And yeah, I mean, for me, it is the collecting, you know, and just trying to find the different products. So yeah, no, I think it's
and the other extreme would be like Joanne, who's, I mean, she's getting back into the programming side of things and is just using emulators. I mean, doesn't even have a physical CoCo at this time, and all of that's fine, and everything in between.
Yep.
There's another side to this. For instance, I sold a Thixter to someone who has no interest in the CoCo at all. They just want every version of Thixter ever made.
For every platform, yeah.
And it'll never get played. Is that bad? You know, I don't know, but someone wanted it.
Sadly, I have a few of those as well, where I do have other products like Atari, Commodore. I don't go in deep with hardware though, but I do have working machines, and yeah, some of the games and stuff like that. I'm trying to get the different versions of some of those games too. So yeah, my obsession's kind of taking me down some other rabbit holes as the one you just spelled out there. Now, not all the different versions of all the different but like Zaxxon, I'm trying to get all the different platforms of Zaxxon and some of those other games that are out there. But,
yeah, and there's two versions of that. There's the original Datasoft sold directly by Datasoft version plus the Tandy version. So.
Yep. So
Hi,
yeah,
Gerrie.
so it's certainly fun.
Curtis.
Yeah.
I noticed they had an interview with John Strong. We need to get
I'm
him
mentioning
up.
that too, actually. Yeah.
Yeah, we need to get him up here and do an interview with us.
We've done a couple with him before, actually. He used to be a semi-regular panelist, but he's actually been busy with his job and stuff lately, so it's been a bit more difficult to get him on. But yeah, we've had him on multiple times. So that was one of the things I was going to mention, the interview with John Strong. I'm not sure exactly what all they discussed. Like I said, I haven't listened to the episode yet. And the other one that was interesting to me is the tech segment comes back with Color Pilot, which is a programming language that I remember seeing advertised, but I know absolutely zip about. And our Alan Murphy here on the panel actually did some stuff with Pilot back in the day. He suggested it's kind of a script, more of a scripting language, I guess. Is that how you described it, Alan?
Yeah, kind of. It's a very domain-specific language.
Kind of like, was it Color Lego?
Logo? No, it's quite different than Logo from what Alan was saying earlier. But it's cool that he picked a language that is not well known, so that people that are curious about just different computer languages, what different directions they took from even back in the 80s, the type thing that they do a review of it. And like I said, I'm pretty interested in hearing about that one because I have no experience with that language at all. So it's available. They've got the YouTube version up too, if you want to just listen to it in the YouTube version, and they've also got the downloadable MP3 for the podcast version on cococrew.org. Next up, and now we're jumping into Dragon news. We didn't have any MC10 news this week except for the game stuff, for which, of course, Jim Gerrie pretty well filled that whole segment anyway. So in this case, we're getting to Dragon stuff. So the next 5 stories are Dragon related or from the Dragon group on Facebook or YouTube. So the first one here, Stuart Orchard. And this actually, I was going to play last week on the news if we had a news segment. So this is a little bit older already. But this is a video demonstrating an FPGA-based blitter board. Now, we've kind of talked about this, talking about possibly doing blitter boards, et cetera, for, the Gimme X, for example, if it could do that. This one in particular plugs into the expansion port. And so he's got a proof of concept here, the video, and he's also got the project files for it if you want to fiddle with it yourself on his GitLab account, which I'll show on the next screen. But I wanted to play this because basically it copies his stuff over onto the board, and then the board actually handles some of the hardware acceleration on its own, and then you copy the results back to the Dragon video RAM. So it doesn't let you display off the card, but it can process things so much faster that just doing a block copy of a 6K graphics screen to there, let the FPGA do its thing, then copy it back is actually faster than doing all the calculations itself. So his little demo here is a bunch of little sprites he's got bouncing around. So I'll let you see what that looks like. So you got scrolling backgrounds, you've got multiple shapes, overlapping and bouncing around, perfectly smooth. So it's a pretty interesting board, and then he's kind of got a description of it a bit more in his GitLab here. And like I said, you can download all the source code for it here. Now, one of the interesting things here I found on the blitter features is halts the process and uses direct memory access to read the graphics data from the Dragon memory and perform bit shifts, etc., anding and oring for doing sprites, etc. as well. And he actually mentioned in some of the source that he's using techniques that Jim Brain had brought up when he did his DMA blog posts on the CoCo that we covered last year. So obviously the stuff that Jim had discovered there now is being used here on the Dragon for the exact same purpose. And he's also got some stuff that he wants to add to it a little bit later on too. He's mentioning more advanced graphic routines, etc. So it looks like a pretty interesting project. And like I said, the source code's up here, so if anybody wants to fiddle with it, go for it. Definitely keep him in the loop. I can't remember. Stuart's actually on our Discord occasionally too, because I think he's doing Cersei's Island too. So if you guys have any questions for him, I think he's on there. I just can't remember what the name is.
Steve Bamford is doing Cersei's
Island.
Island.
Oh, Steve. So. Okay, maybe it's not. Stuart might not be on there though. But I know Karen talks to him a bit, and Karen is active on our Discord. So if you can't get a hold of Stuart directly, you might be able to send some relayed messages through Karen. But it's a pretty cool project. Next up, we have Andy Fox, who did a quick little show and tell about installing the CoCo VGA board into a Dragon, which is a little bit more difficult than it is on the CoCo. And it's, I don't have a Dragon, and I know just a few of our panelists do, so I'm not going to play the video, but if you are interested on what is involved on getting the CoCo VGA into the Dragon, all the features work fine. So once you got it up and running, you're running full bore CoCo VGA, including those demos we did by Sheldon McDonald earlier with the the graphics mode fonts and 16 colors, etc. on a CoCo 1 and 2 or a Dragon 3264. So pretty cool video on there. Next, this was an interesting one by Jamie Murray. So he's posted the cover of a Dragon User magazine. Now this is the international edition. And you'll notice on the upper left here, it has 75 pence. It also says US 325. Now, I was not aware that Dragon User was directly sold in the States. I didn't even know they had an international version, to be honest. But they are reviewing, like, say, the CGP 220 color inkjet printer that Tandy sold on the cover of this particular one. So anybody in the panel here, have you ever seen a United States sold version of Dragon User magazine before?
No, and that CGP 220 has an extra label on the front of it. I don't think mine just has the Radio Shack TRS-80 CGP 220. It doesn't say laser jet. What does it say underneath it?
Color
Laser jet.
inkjet printer, I think it says.
Yeah. I don't think mine has that extra piece.
I can't remember if mine did or not. Like, I bought one of them when they were new, and I had it for about 10 years.
Unless mine fell off or something.
Yeah. I just thought it was interesting. Like, I do know that Tano was selling Dragons in 1983, and then, of course, they were selling them, new in box for decades afterwards until they sold out finally. But I don't remember the Dragon User magazine being here, so I don't know if it was a special order you had to do, or if maybe Dragon User was planning on trying to get onto bookshelves in bookstores in North America too, and maybe I just never saw it. Maybe it only got to certain select stores or something. I just find it pretty interesting that they actually had sold directly in the U.S. Next up, we have Julian Brown, who posted 3 weeks ago, and I think I might have mentioned it briefly, that they were doing an on 609 emulator in JavaScript that you could run locally or even online. So I guess he's got an update to it here. You can actually set it up to run locally if you have the node installed. That's a screenshot. Now, it's not a CoCo or Dragon emulator. It's a 6809 emulator. So it's basically a core basic 6809 virtual machine. Now, if somebody wanted to, update it and change it, they could probably add in, the Dragon specific or CoCo specific video chips, sound chips, etc., to get it up and running as a full-blown CoCo or Dragon emulator. But for just general 6809, just having a Java version that you can run locally or on the web is kind of a cool idea. So there's links in his Facebook post on the Dragon users group here for those who are interested in getting the source code for it. And the last news item for today, if anybody's still awake. This one's from Kieran, actually. And he didn't fully describe in the comments exactly what this is. I'm assuming from reading the text on that satellite board on the right lower side here that it's a 128K RAM upgrade, probably with an MMU or something controlled by that central square chip. I don't know if anybody else has had a chance to look at this or has talked to Kieran about it, or if Kieran's in the chat and maybe, verify if I'm guessing right exactly what this is.
Yeah, it should be a CPLD to control the memory. Yeah, I believe he's on the chat also.
Okay. I know he's got a bit of a delay there between the video and us, so hopefully he'll pipe in here. But it looks like a pretty clean design board here. And in 128K, I do know one of the Dragon prototypes, I think the Alpha, the Professional, I can't remember which one, actually did have 120K built in, but there was only a few prototypes made. So I don't know if this is just duplicating that functionality or if it's a brand new version of it. I don't know what that double header connector on there, it almost looks like an RGB connector from the bottom of CoCo 3. I doubt that's what it is, but I don't know what that's for at all.
So I was trying to read the text on the bottom of that little daughter board, but I can't, even with the magnifier glass, I can't read what it says.
Well, it says TM005 Dragon 64 128K, and then copyright Taipan, and then the year in Roman numerals. But it doesn't really explain except for 128K if it does anything else, or if that's all it does. And I don't see Kieran answering, so I'm guessing he's not active in the chat at the moment. But if he does pipe in, we'll mention it later.
Does that give the Dragon 128K of usable program?
I'm assuming
space?
so, but I honestly don't know. There's not enough of a description for me to really tell.
Looks like a small gimme chip.
Yeah,
I know. At first, I thought it was the Gimme X, but then I got looking at it. No, that's not a Gimme X.
No, it's not even the right color for a Gimme X. So Having one right here, actually, I kind of know that one quite well. Anyway, that's it for the news. If Kieran does pipe in the chat here while we go through project updates and acquisitions, then I will let everybody know what he said exactly that board is and see if my guess is correct.
Oh, Curtis. Yep. Curtis, I got a little treat for everybody. Okay. This is the picture that the TV show put in that Apollo 17 episode of me, showing me back in the day. So you can figure out who I am from that, I think. Let's see if I can do this.
What year was this at NASA?
This
72.
was 72.
Yep, 72.
Can you zoom it up? Can you zoom up
Can
the
you
picture?
see it?
Yeah, it's pretty small though. Can you zoom it up?
Let's see. How do you zoom on this?
Yeah,
Oh,
but
wait a
it's
minute.
71% there should do it. Yeah.
Yep.
Inside scroll bar. Yeah.
There you go.
I don't know. Is there a prize if I guess correctly?
I think I know, but I'll let the other people guess first.
Second from the left.
No. Yeah, I think I know. I think I know now.
And you said this is 1972?
Yep.
Or 82?
Well, I guess we should share our
This is this is the medical crew support team. We supported we did all the pre-flight and post-flight medical tests and everything on all the crews and
So did you
cutting-edge medical research and everything.
Did you work with the surgeon in the control center?
Oh yes, the flight surgeons were our bosses.
Mm-hmm. So you watched the heart rate the whole time, or did they?
Oh yeah, we watched the heart rate, the respiration. We could even tell when they had the potty.
Nick, the one on the right kind of looks like a Star Trek Next Generation uniform.
Yeah,
right. Yeah, it kind of does, though it predates it by a long shot.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's. I'll tell you who that is. That's Bill Crozier.
Well, now you've increased the percentage of us guessing right.
Okay,
why don't we have a dramatic reveal? We do have some updates and acquisitions to go through, so we will take a commercial break
Can
if
you
that's.
Can you see the cursor on the screen?
Yes, I can.
All right, here we go.
Okay.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah, that was
right.
my guess. Okay, because
Which one?
The nose
center
brown shirt, glasses.
I was thinking that one.
Yeah,
I look a lot different now.
Yeah. Oh, that's what I was thinking. Cool.
Yeah.
Do you still have that shirt? That's what we want to know.
God no.
No. Wouldn't fit anyway.
Well, great. Well, thanks for sharing that, Joanne.
Yeah.
If you have anything else, we're going to come back with.
If you ever see that episode on Ancient Aliens, when they cut the moth segment, that's the first thing they show is that particular picture.
Okay, well, we'll be right
Cool.
back after this with updates and acquisitions and anything else that the panel has to share. Enjoy. Let's see the following.
I'm gonna go ahead and spell out, guys, because I got some other things I need to do.
Sounds good.
Hey, thanks for stopping
for
by
joining.
and thanks for the update.
Yep, and we'll see you next time.
Sounds
Bye,
good.
guys.
Thanks, Joanne, and we'll be
Bye.
right back after these messages.
We'll return after these messages.
My fellow Americans, Australians, Canadians, Europeans, and all of you ands, I'm calling on all y'all to help us make the world great again by visiting the Retro Swag Shop at 8bit256.com, where you can get yourself a coffee mug like this with a little cute cartoon character that says, I'm a Coco Nut. You could also get yourself a coffee mug like this with a Color Computer 3 that says, I'm a Coco Nut. You could get yourself a deluxe travel mug like this with the CoCoTALK logo on it. You might even be able to get yourself a DVD like this with over 2 hours of gameplay goodness. It is time for us to rise up and make the world great again by enjoying some quality retro merchandise and CoCo nostalgia. So please visit 8bit256.com and let's make the world great for the color computer. Thank you very much.
Good morning, Coco Land. This is Brian Schubring with Music Man here at the Coco Fest. Having fun, fixing issues, and making things roll, and making lots of sound. Have a great day, guys.
Baby, there's something I need to talk to you about. Remember when we first met? Everything was so easy and it felt like nothing could stop us. But now, everything is such a struggle. And if I'm being honest, you're really starting to show your age. Can I get the check, please?
Break up with 512K. Use 2 megabytes now with NitrOS-9 Ease of Use Edition.
Ease of use. Download EOU today at lcurtisboyle.com.
Some people have big plans after school. You know what Elliot's gonna do? Jeff, too. Elliot's at work on a book report using Scripted on Radio Shack's Color Computer 3. It hooks up to his TV. And Jeff's at his Radio Shack Color Computer 3 playing the newest football game. But wait, what's Elliot doing playing New Super Pitfall? And Jeff's having a blast with a new math tutor. You never know what you might try with more than 100 programs for fun and learning. Radio Shack's Color Computer 3 comes with everything you see here. Other items each sold separately. Only at Radio Shack.
And now, Coco Thoughts by Samuel Gimes. I remember the days of grade school, when on the playground we would talk about the latest computer and console games. Until one day, when a kid told the teacher he was having a blast with his new math tutor. After he got out of the hospital, he changed schools.
Greetings, YouTubers. Atari Leaf here, and you're listening to CoCoTALK.
That's what we try to do. Yes.
All right.
Just like now.
Well, we are back. We've got some folks to talk to, and I am just trying to get my... there we go. Updates and acquisitions. Going around the horn, Sloopy, are you out there, and did you have anything you wanted to share during this segment?
Nope, next week.
Oh, you will next week. Okay.
Yep.
Stay
tuned. As a preview,
I will just say, let's see here.
Give us a tease.
Yes. Both boards are in. They look like they're going to be working. So next week will be a full demonstration, and they will be put on sale for the internal drive wire and the drive wirelessly boards.
Awesome sauce.
Cool.
Drive wireless is here. Curtis, we've heard enough from you.
Yep. I want to update you guys on the news. No, I'm just kidding.
There's more. Is there more news? Could there be more news?
Please, Uncle.
Asparagus. That's the right keyword. I never heard it, so I kept going.
Mark D Overlholser are posting the news like a ninja, like a demon. Well, I don't know. Whatever the word is.
Kept him busy.
Yeah, you
And
were.
Ninja. Yeah, I kept up.
You kept up.
Yep.
Anything else you want to share today?
Yeah, I got a Raspberry Pi 4 gig for Christmas from my kids, and so I finally got the SD card and a case for it today. So I'm all ready to put it together.
That's good. I will share a link with you. Arcadepunks.com. Check it out. You can download a whole Raspberry Pi image with all of your favorite games, and RetroPie. One of the RetroPie images includes XRoar.
Ah, nice.
It actually has the CoCo 2 featured. A man that had a dream. Brian Schubring, did you want to go over? I saw you working with your music software and Ultimuse during the show. Clearly not paying attention. No, I'm just kidding. Anything you want? Anything else?
I'm just playing around.
You're just playing around?
Yeah, just playing around. Yeah. Now, the whole thing and the dream thing, it really was. I had a dream about trying to figure out what's going on with the disto and all that, trying to get the real-time clock, so I can release some of the slots from off of my multi-pack and get everything into, something one. That's why I was trying to work with the disto. And I just had a thought, and when I was sleeping, sometimes I have some of my, I don't know, best ideas that way, but just thought, well, what if you already have hardware, but you wanted to have, say, multiple RS-232 packs all going at the same time, but you don't want to hack the pack to change it to a different address in that? Well, I was thinking about just one card with like maybe anywhere between 3 to 5 slots, something like that, where you can readdress each slot. So you can say, okay, T2, leave that alone, so that it's already at the right address, but then remap the addressing so that whatever range that you want to have it in, you just set the jumpers or however it's done, and one side of the slot looks like address for FF60 for T3 or T4, whatever that is, normal stock. But then on the other side, it's address to FF68, so that the card itself, or the RS-232 pack, sees the regular FF68 address, but it's actually readdressing ahead of, so that you can use different drivers, use the same type of hardware, address the same on one side, but it looks like a differently addressed on the CoCo side, so that you can stack. That was kind of like the whole premise behind the idea, and then just so that you can kind of stack multiple cards in.
Brian,
yeah.
I'll have to interrupt for a second here because we noticed that your audio dropped really low here, and actually the people on YouTube are saying they can't hear you at all.
Oh, okay.
Okay, can you hear me right now?
Well, we can, but it's very
I think
soft.
it's on his end, yeah.
Yeah.
Got everything dropped down here. Other than
You're very quiet.
You're very quiet.
I'm very quiet.
Yeah, because Matt said audio is too low, can't hear him. So.
Okay, is that any better?
No.
No.
Weird. I'm close to the microphone. Is that any better?
That helps a bit. I can hear you a little bit now.
That is weird.
Yeah, you lost 6 to 9 dB there.
Okay.
Okay, so you had you want to have multiple cards, I/O cards connected without having to
hack the original boards, and you just have it kind of like an I/O remapping card, just so you can stack, say, multiple RS-232 packs and readdress them via jumpers so you can have multiple. It was just kind of like a thought and idea, kind of like a brain fart, shall we say? So,
right.
But that's all that was about.
Interesting.
All right. Well, stay tuned for that, and you can find that thread on Facebook, Brian Schubring, and showing off his beautiful hair is Nick Marotta. Your luxurious hair that was featured, I believe, on Teen Beat.
Oh, enjoy the view, boys.
Looks good from the front or the back.
Yeah, he
Oh,
was busy.
boy.
He was busy on video chat with all of his fans, or didn't you notice we were still here? So
No, I was trying out a little bit of Beam Rider. It's actually kind of a fun. It's actually
and
a
that
fun
takes
game.
head swirls. Or...
Well, my computer's behind me. My CoCo's behind me.
Yes. What is the conditioner you use, Nick?
Oh, only
people
my
wanna know.
hairdresser. Only my hairdresser knows.
Anything else besides the excitement, the excitement that's building around Beam Rider? Anything else from you?
For me, no, not really. Just I'm doing non-CoCo related stuff right now, learning a little Python. But for CoCo, no, just played Froggy a lot this past week. Now I'll play Beam Rider this week. And of course, I always play Buzzard Bait. There's always a Buzzard Bait happening. So
Always Buzzard Bait. Well, thank you, Nick. And we'll see
You have a
you.
little bit of rebellious wrongness in you there once in a while. So.
I'm skipping around here, saving Brian Wieseler for last, but last but not least. But Mark Bosley, do you have anything else?
No.
A man
was quick.
That was very direct. He answers a yes or no question with a yes or a no.
That's right.
That's
There you go.
right.
Alan Murphy, our Alan Murphy, not their Alan Murphy. You have an update on your NEC port?
Not particularly the NEC port, like Nick Marentes was talking about. Sometimes you look at other projects as a way to let certain parts of the project, your main project, percolate. So that's kind of what I've been doing the past couple of weeks. Because power was out and things like that, we kind of lived by flashlights and candles and, good old pen and paper notebooks and things like that. So I got a lot of design and some other stuff done on a couple of other projects that I'm not quite ready to announce any details about, but there are a couple of other irons in the fire. But now that power has stayed on for a while and I'm caught back up at work, I have started poking around on Nostromo some more now. So I'm hoping that that will ramp back up after all the fun.
All right. Sounds good. Well, we're looking forward to it. Rick Ulland.
Yeah, well, I guess a couple of ideas have collided here. Can I share my screen here? I'll show you what I've been working on.
Please do.
Cool. So I'll pick something and switch to here. So the problem is I've been working on this CoCo internet, the network port, and it's got issues with bus timing or something. It's just not reliable. So tying in with Brian Schubring's idea, here is my prototype of the week, the Mangle Pack interface.
Mangle Pack.
And the idea behind it is you can connect the card that you're working on to the Mangle Pack, and it takes over the address decoding. And I've also got a couple extra sweeteners like the clocks I can control and the timing of the data bus. So whatever's wrong with my board that's making it unreliable, I can use this handy little gal here. So all I need to do is take my gal programmer, which, oh yeah, I ordered it from China. It's not here. So here I'm looking at it. The card's running. It's not crashing the CoCo. It's all ready to go. I just have no way to program my little magic card here. But this is the thing that's supposed to fix my the project I'm working on. And I think this might be a cool thing to have because these things are too hard to work on. They're so small, you can't bodge wire things. I did it once. I was really lucky. So I don't know, this may be a thing. Like Brian Schubring was suggesting, you have slots that just, okay, you're the card. I don't care what you think you are. You are the card in that slot. Concept. Oh, and you'll notice it's supports Raspberry Pi, or Raspberry Pi supports it, or something.
Can I say too that Mangle board is probably the most awesome product name I've heard in a long time.
The Mangle Pack.
And
I
you
want to order
explained that
one.
really well.
Where do I order?
How do I get a Mangle Pack interface? That's great.
I think I'm going to make one of these just so I can work on things. And yeah, we'll see
I'd be
where it goes.
interested.
I have a problem though. Radio Shack used to sell this bodge wire. It's like
otherwise known as
PVC coated or something?
Kynar wire.
Is
Kynar
that
wire?
what it is? I need
Yeah.
to know the search term because this is the end of my
wire
old
wrap
stock.
wire.
Yeah, wire
20
wrap wire. Try
Wire,
Kynar.
wire wrap wire.
Wire wrap or
Kynar.
Kynar.
Because I end up with a lot of enamel wire, and I need this because it's easy to melt through with a solder iron and bodge things together. Well, and build boards like this stupid thing. You know?
Paul Barton probably knows where to get it.
Cool. Yeah, because like I say, I haven't done this stuff for 20 years. I had a big stock of stuff from my old store. I'm using it up. So
Supplies are running low now.
well, yes, resources depleted. So
It
now I
almost
have
looks
to,
like hair.
right. No, that's the
some of that
stuff
wiring's
that's a-
gray enough to match mine pretty soon here. So
the new Japanese jumper wire stuff that you can buy that's pre-made might be soldered hair. There's no way to connect to it. It's not really wire. I don't know how it makes a connection. It's got preformed ends on it, and don't cut those off because you're never going to do anything with the thing that you have cut the preformed end off of. So yeah. Anyway, that's where I'm at this week. Things are still moving forward, just slowly, and
Amazon's got it.
I couldn't find it. But Kynar, I think, is probably the search term that I need to know.
Yeah, KYNAR. Or
Perfect.
wire wrap wire.
Perfect. And then maybe we can keep moving forward if my programmer will show up. So let's see.
What type of programmer did you get? Did you get like one of the TL866s?
Yeah, we're using geez, I don't remember. It's been a month since I ordered the thing. We're waiting on China time. So anyway, I don't even know how to get out of this now. Someone steal their video back.
I can do that.
Beauty, because my windowing system is a little weird and I lose some of the submenus when I need them most.
I can. I don't know if I can do that. Actually,
I can.
Oh yeah,
There we go.
Take it away. Yes, thank you.
Ron Delvaux.
Yes.
You're up. What do you got for us?
Well, for $3.49, I got a Tandy. What would you call it?
Disk drive caddy.
Yeah.
Disc caddy.
Just floppy holder.
caddy. Yeah.
And the bottom of the latch isn't busted off. So plus
just,
10.
it disappears. So let me fix the screen here.
Now
There
that
it
would
is.
not.
Okay,
that would not,
that's one.
Be big enough for David Ladd.
When I was at Goodwill, I found a rarity, a Toshiba laptop for $9. It didn't have a power supply. It's in good shape. All the keys are there.
Oh,
And
wow.
it works. And I took and put Linux on it. It only has 1 meg of RAM though, so it's slow.
1 gig of RAM, I hope.
Yeah, gig, yeah. Yep, not used to that. And next thing I got was you saw probably my I got a gaming computer. It's actually blazing fast, and I'm able to put the screens up behind me now because before I had a slow PC, and now this is just amazingly fast. It's a AMD 3100 gaming computer. It's the low end gaming computer, but it just blinks. It's so fast. It's great. Finally have something that's decent, and
Cool.
that's my I put VCC on it and I haven't played it yet, but I imagine it's going to go pretty quick. So
Great.
that's it, guys. Thank you very much. I got all kinds of pictures now. I put all kinds of stuff on all my astronomy pictures that I've
You're
taken.
in space.
Mars, computers, Ron's garage.
We've got computers, walls to walls computers. So it looked like you were in like a computer factory outlet or something.
Mhm. And I don't collect every CoCo or anything like that. And I have a lot of cartridges and stuff, and I probably don't even know if I have them all. I probably don't. And I don't care. I just have what I have. And I don't go and buy any more because it's just ridiculous now. Everything's so expensive. It's just rip off expensive now.
And you can't try to sell it cheap because someone will just buy it and flip it.
Yeah.
So,
Probably. Yeah.
Yeah.
How terrible is that?
Well, speaking of buying and flipping, the last man on our panel who always has updates and acquisitions, Brian Wieseler, would you like to go over that?
Is this our next 2-hour segment of the show?
Yes. And how many
Our
hours?
final segment.
A couple items, though, kind of along the flavor of what Curtis was talking about the different versions of things. I did get another one of the deluxe joysticks here. This is the 3012A, but what this one here is a little different is because this has the Tandy versus the other one just says it says deluxe joystick right here rather than saying just Tandy right here. So again, it's just kind of the different version of the joystick. It looks the same, except for the label right here is a little different on the A, and the B and the different versions there. So, and this one comes all together. It had the manual and the joystick in it as well. So,
So what's the cutoff point to where you will not buy it because it's too expensive?
what's the
Like-
cutoff point?
Yeah, I mean, is it like 3 times the original value, 2 times?
Oh, I don't know if I really have. I mean, I'm obviously on eBay quite a bit. I kind of get a feel for what things are out there and the prices and stuff. So, I mean, for me, I guess it just kind of depends on, how badly do I want it? I guess, do I have that? Am I missing just that one piece and it doesn't come up very often? Then I might be willing to pay a little bit more for it. But I certainly, I have my list of things that I'm looking for. And, it is hard sometimes to be a little patient about it, but usually the patience pays off because, if you miss out on something today, a month later, one will probably pop up again. So I don't know if I really have a cutoff point or not. I guess kind of depends on whether or not I want to add it to my collection or not, I guess. So
Looks like you rearranged behind you.
well, a little bit here. I got one bookshelf that's off over here on the side that you guys have seen a picture. I actually have a second unit that I just put up here and just trying to spread things out a little bit. And I got a smaller bookcase that I have all of my ROM cartridges on. So this is kind of like my little library, if you want to call it that. I have all my magazines and books, and I do have some hardware on the bottom down there. But the behind me is the same as always been. The only thing that's different is this bookshelf right here. So I had a smaller bookshelf, and this one goes up a little higher. So, but yeah, I've been working on that the past couple weeks.
At what point do you need a new home?
not yet. Another item that I got here, I really don't have a lot of modems though, but I've always wanted to get start getting a couple of these. So this is the DCM3 modem, 300 baud there. So I got that one there in box. It's actually brand new, never even been used or plugged in. So I wanted to get one of these guys.
Yeah, that was the first one that I got.
Was that one there?
The first bought, not built modem, because the
Oh,
Ham
okay.
Radio Club that I got into the CoCo with, when they're like, well, if you want to get online with the BBS and stuff, you've got to build your own modem. And so it was, get the TTY line drivers and whatnot. And then I saw one of those DCMs at the shack and bought one because it had the push to connect button. The best thing about that is if you hook it up, you can terrorize telemarketers with it because it puts about 9,000 decibels of carrier into the line. And as soon as they start talking, you just hit that push to connect button and they go away. It's amazing.
Start squealing on you. Another little item. I haven't really found one, a disc cleaning kit for a while. I do have a couple of the cleaning discs for the floppies. But this little thing here is kind of out there. It's actually empty. There's none of the alcohols in it. I'll probably put some alcohol into it just because I do like to use it when I'm cleaning the disc though. But it was just a little tube. I mean, I have a little jug of alcohol that I just put a couple drops on the disc cleaner to use it, but it might be kind of fun to have this. And it was just a couple bucks. Person had it out there. So I picked up that. A magazine that I got, we've all seen the family computing magazine. This is one of their best of issues. And so it has different articles from the past, and again with some program examples and stuff like that. So I picked up that one. Got a service manual for the this is one of the mini discs, one of the earlier ones, the 26 the 1160 floppy service manual for that. So picked up that here recently. Canadian Retro Things had done a segment here. This is quite a while back, but he had talked about the Micro Adventure Series books. It's a series of 10 books that kind of takes you through a story. And as you're reading the story or the mystery, you come to chapters in the book where it wants you to type in a small program. Now, these cover different computers. So, I mean, it's not just the color computer. It has the Apple and the Commodore. And you may have to make a few line changes. And then you type in the program. You're learning a little bit of BASIC. And then as you proceed through the story, the basic program takes you through the mystery. I came across another little series that's very similar to that. It was a series of 4 books here. Captain Kidd and the Pirates, Super World, Wizards of Wonder, and the Cats of the Castle Mountain. And it's a very similar concept where, again, you as you read through the book, and this one covers the IBM PC, the PC Junior, Apple II, Commodore 64, VIC-20, Atari, the Radio Shack color computer, and just the Radio Shack TRS-80. But again, you read a couple chapters, and then it has you type in a small little basic program. And in the back of the book has some pages, so it gives you the different lines to change depending on which model of computer. But I just kind of thought that was kind of neat little 4 series books that I picked up. And then lastly, he hasn't made any for a while, but he did have several of them up on his site. Ed, I wanted to get one of his 4-slot MPIs.
Yes, I have also obtained one.
You okay? What color did he send you? This is that gray speckled 3D printing. Instead of solid white, it's kind of a.
Mine's a solid white.
Yeah, it looks
white.
white.
Solid white.
Mine looks
I'm
white
not sure
to me.
Does this come through at all? I don't know if you can see the grains. If it's going to focus or not a little bit.
Really, no.
Not really.
Okay. There's little blue specks in it. It's kind of a sandy sort of texture looking to it, but it's kind of a gray, and it has like blue and different colored specks in it. So it's kind of neat. Kind of a neat
You have to quit scrubbing on it and trying to clean it.
It's not dirt. It's just the stuff. So and then I guess I did have one other item. I've never seen this model before. Maybe you guys can tell me, because I don't believe this is one where someone took a joystick and converted it. But it's this. How would you pronounce this? Questron.
Questron, yeah.
Questron.
Yeah,
it's a Questron joystick there, and it's a trigger type joystick. It's just a left-right. It's not an analog type stick, but it is CoCo type, and it does work. But no, I came across a pair of these, so I picked this up there again. I just love the joysticks there. So another one there. So.
All right. Well, just for the people on the podcast, the item you were holding up prior to the Questron was the Mega Mini MPI, and there are 3 more available for sale as of today on Ed Snyder's website.
Very nice.
Zone.
Zipster
Available.
He does nice products, and he packs them well too. So you're gonna get a good
Available in any color as long as it's the one that's loaded in the printer this week.
That is the truth. Well, I'm afraid it's happened. We have gone over the 4-hour mark, and I've been told that we must always consult our doctor if CoCoTALK lasts for more than 4 hours.
Plus, I'm starving.
So we'd like to thank. I'm going to keep the. We're going to hit the button. We're going to go to the outro and then hit the button. And I'd like to thank everybody in the live chat. You know who you are. Thanks for everything you're doing and commenting. And everybody on the panel, and special guest JoAnn Donaldson, and our surprise guest Richard Lorbieski. And you know the panel. I'm Rob Ianman. Thank you, Brian Wieseler. And we will see you next week. Here's the outro. I'm going to share. Look at me. I'm going to share system sound in advance for the panel because
We'll all know.
Because I care.
About time.
It's about time today. Here we go.
This concludes another episode of CoCoTALK, the world's leading live talk show featuring the Tandy Color computer. For all things CoCoTALK, visit us on the web at cocotalk.live. We'd love to hear from you. Send feedback, suggestions, even segments via email to cocotalk@cocotalk.live. Consider supporting the show with a purchase of merchandise from our retro swag shop at 8bit256.com. If you'd like to become a patron of the show, click on the Patreon link on our website, cocotalk.live. CoCoTALK would not exist without the community, its cast, crew, and contributors. Thanks go to Alan Murphy, Bill Noble, Brian Joyce, Brian Wieseler, Curtis Boyle, D. Bruce Moore, Danny O'Connor, David Ladd, Eric Canales, Grant Leedy, James Diffendaffer, Jason Reichert, Jim Brain, Ken Reichert, Mark Bosley, Mark Overholser, Mikey Furman, Mr. Dave 6309, Nick Marentes, Nick Marotta, Nick Marotta, Nick Marotta, Paul Fiscarelli, Richard Lorbieski, Rick Adams, Rick Ulland, Rob Inman, Ron Delvaux, Samuel Gimes, Sloopy Malibu, Steve Bjork, Terry Steggy, Tom C., and many more. Please help support the CoCo community. A list of various contributors and resources are available at imacoconut.com. That's imacoconut.com. The original CoCoTALK theme song is copyright 2008 by D. Bruce Moore and Greg Sheeler. The new CoCoTALK theme song is copyright 2020 by D. Bruce Moore. Both are mixed, mastered, and produced by D. Bruce Moore. CoCo forever, people!